Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Arkham Asylum. A heavy silence lingered in the padded cell, broken only by the rhythmic buzz of flickering overhead lights. Across from the infamous Joker sat a new face, smiling far too casually for someone in such company. "I come from a place you wouldn't believe," the man began, his voice smooth, almost amused. "No food, no water, no wine, no women. Just dust, heat, and regret." He leaned back slightly, as if recalling something half fond and half resentful. But that wasn't the worst part. No, the worst part was being stuck there with my 7 brothers and sisters. All of us, trapped together. For years. A pause. I never really liked them. Sometimes I even wanted to kill them. But let's just say it wasn't so easy. The man smiled wider, as if that made it all perfectly normal. "I'm Suku. You can call me Dr. Sue. Starting today, I'm the new psychiatrist assigned to Arkham. Please, take good care of me." He extended a hand toward the patient across the table. The Joker did not return the gesture. He couldn't. He was strapped down, limbs bound tightly after yesterday's little incident, stabbing his previous psychiatrist in the neck with a pen. Standard Arkham policy. Suku lowered his hand, unbothered. "Right. Forgot. No handshakes today." Joker's painted lips curled into a grin, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. This one was different. "That intro," Joker said, "sounds like someone clawed their way out of hell." "Correct," Suku replied lightly. "Oh, so tell me, Doc, how'd you escape?" "Let's call it a jailbreak," Suku said with a smirk, fingers tapping the table rhythmically. Joker laughed softly. "If it were me, I'd go back and kill the lot of them. You know, tidy up the mess." "I've thought about it," Suku admitted. "But that place? It's not the sort of hell you escaped twice. And my siblings? Not exactly human. Killing them isn't that simple." That made Joker pause. "Not human? Interesting. What exactly are you?" Joker asked, voice lower now, almost reverent. "Does it matter?" Suku shrugged. "I'm here to help." Joker chuckled again. "You know why you're here, right?" "Because you murdered your last doctor with a pen," Suku said casually. "But frankly, I think you're remarkably sane." Joker's eyes widened in mock delight. "Really now?" "Well," Suku continued, "at least in your reasoning. You figured killing your shrink would bring Batman running. Logically sound. Unfortunately for you, I came instead." Joker fell silent, the smile still there, but tighter now. Because Suku was right. That was the plan. "And yet, how do you know that?" Joker finally asked. Suku ignored the question, pulling out a notepad. "You're showing symptoms of schizophrenia, dissociative identity disorder, borderline personality disorder, and motor distortion syndrome," he said while scribbling. "Statistically, it's like hitting the psychiatric lottery." He finished writing and set the pen on the table, intentionally, carelessly. Joker's eyes flicked to it. A glint of madness stirred. "Before you reach for it," Suku said without even looking up, "remember, I like this job. I don't want to kill you. Yet." The room froze. Then Joker burst into laughter. "Touché." In a sudden movement, he flexed against his bindings, hands somehow freed and resting on the table. "You knew I was loose?" "Of course," Suku replied coolly. "But I'm not your enemy. In fact, I think we could be friends." Joker cackled. "My last friend went flying off a 50-story building. The one before that, knife to the gut. And the one before that got hit by a semi. Still want the job?" Suku didn't flinch. "Absolutely. Because I don't die." That made Joker pause again. "You're fascinating." In a flash, Joker lunged, snatching the pen and thrusting it straight towards Suku's eye. But Suku didn't move. The pen stopped, precisely 1 centimeter from his pupil. The two men stared at each other, the moment thick with anticipation. Then Joker grinned and slowly lowered the pen. "You're just as crazy as I am." "Maybe." Suku calmly pocketed the pen. But the difference is, I know exactly how far I'm willing to go. Before Joker could respond, the door burst open. Guards stormed in, yanking him back and pinning him down against the table. Still restrained, Joker kept his eyes on Suku. So, we'll be seeing each other again? Definitely, Suku said, already walking out. After all, I am your psychiatrist now. As the door shut behind him, Joker let out a sharp, wild laugh. One that echoed through the dark halls of Arkham like a warning. A new lunatic had joined the asylum. And this one more ding. Congratulations, host. You've completed the sign-in task. You've earned 1 lottery draw and 10,000 system points. The voice of the system echoed in Suku's mind the moment he stepped out of Arkham Asylum. That's right, Suku was a time traveler. But unlike those lucky protagonists who landed in peaceful fantasy worlds or Golden Age empires, Suku had the worst draw imaginable. He got dumped straight into hell. And not just any hell, the hell from Jackie Chan adventures. And to top it off, he became the boss of the 8 Demon Sorcerers. The Moon Demon, Curse Blue. Trapped for ages with his 7 chaotic siblings, Suku had almost resigned himself to an eternity of bickering and fire until the sign-in system appeared. With just one beginner task, the system broke him out of hell, parole, demon style. Once free, Suku realized the world he'd landed in was far bigger than expected. This wasn't just the universe of talismans and dark chi. No, this was a merged multiverse, a volatile cocktail of Marvel, DC, and Jackie Chan adventures. Did Suku panic? Not at all. Unlike his siblings who dreamt of ruling the world, Suku had a simpler goal: survive. So where does a chaos-loving demon go to live a peaceful life? Gotham City, of course. With his demonic ability to hear the thoughts of humans, Suku opened a discreet psychological clinic, posing as a psychiatrist. And in Gotham, where the air itself smells like insanity, business boomed. Of course, that wasn't all. He occasionally patched up wounded criminals, Scarecrow, Deathstroke, Penguin, even the Joker. He once stitched up Kingpin's gut, all in a day's work. Recently, the system issued a new task: sign in at Arkham Asylum. So, naturally, Suku became a part-time psychiatrist there. Luckily, Arkham's gig was part-time, just Wednesdays and Fridays. Perfect for someone with low ambition but high power. As he strolled out of the asylum, basking in the cries of the deranged echoing behind him, a flustered girl ran up. "Boss, are you okay?" she asked, her eyes filled with worry. Her name was Harley Quinzel, but everyone knew her better as Harley Quinn. In the original timeline, she was supposed to fall for Joker while working at Arkham. But fate, or the sign-in system, had other plans. A few weeks ago, Harley had walked into Suku's clinic asking for a job. He'd hired her on the spot. Now, she worked for him, just an employee, not a love-struck clown girl. Harley had begged Suku not to take the Arkham job. She knew too well how dangerous it was. After all, the last psychiatrist got murdered with a pen. And more importantly, if Suku died, who would pay her $10,000 a month and cover her rent? Reading her thoughts instantly, Suku grinned. "Harley, are you worried about losing your paycheck and apartment if I kick the bucket?" Her eyes widened in shock. "Well, how did you?" "Boss, I was really worried about you." Suku chuckled, tossing his bag into the back seat of a black car and sliding into the driver's seat. "Get in. Let's go." Harley scrambled into the passenger seat. They drove through Gotham's grimy streets. When they passed a Western diner, Suku pulled over, grabbed a bite with Harley, and took a takeout box before heading off again. An hour later, they arrived at a modest little building with a glowing sign: Angel's Psychological Counseling Clinic. Yeah, it was Suku's clinic. Originally, he wanted to call it Demon Counseling Center, but that fell a bit too on the nose. Angel had a much better PR ring to it. As they stepped out of the car, the door to the clinic burst open and a tall, fuming woman stomped out. "You two seriously forgot I exist, huh? I haven't eaten all day." That was Selena Kyle, aka Catwoman. A world-class thief with a taste for danger and diamonds. Selena had once been on the run when Suku saved her from a lethal ambush. Since then, she'd stuck around, partly out of gratitude, partly for the high-quality desserts. Now, she was the clinic's front desk girl, an occasional enforcer. Harley waved the takeout box. Relax. We brought your favorite dessert. Selena snatched the bag, grumbling, At least you remembered that much, before disappearing back inside. Suku rubbed his chin. Maybe I've spoiled them too much. Back in the clinic, Suku headed to his office while the outside world was left to Harley and Selena. Harley handled patient therapy. After all, she was a trained psychiatrist. Selena? Well, she was more of a bouncer than a receptionist. Gotham wasn't exactly safe, and even hospitals got targeted by thugs. When trouble came knocking, Selena made sure it limped away. It was efficient. Before Selena, Suku handled such issues himself by killing the troublemakers on the spot. What? You think that's too extreme? He's a demon, not a Boy Scout. Guilt? Morals? Not part of the package. Lying on a chair in the office, Suku opened the system store, and the system store showed that he already had 300,000 system points. Seems like a lot, right? What's the use? Good things can't be bought. Ding. The host still has a chance to draw a lottery. May I ask if the host is doing a lottery now? At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Lottery, Suku said without any hesitation. Anyway, there's nothing to do now. Just pass the time. And the system's lottery sometimes does draw good things. For example, in his first lottery draw, he got a random teleportation opportunity. It is also because of this that he can leave hell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a new skill. Immune Seal. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Immunity Seal? What is this thing? Suku looked at the light spot in front of him with some curiosity, and then reached out to grab the light spot in his hand. In an instant, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Immunity to Seal. After learning this skill, any sealing spell will be invalid to the host. F***K. So, dawdling? Suku was stunned for a moment. You must know that as an immortal demon, in this world, he is almost not afraid of anything. The only thing he is afraid of is being sealed back to hell again. And in this world, there are quite a lot of magicians who can do this, such as Papa, such as Ancient One, such as Doctor Strange, such as Dr. Fate. If he meets these guys, Suku might be sealed back to hell again. But now it doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. Because as long as he learns the immunity seal skill, he will never be sealed again. System, you are really good. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Suku directly held the light spot in his hand. As the light spots enter the body, Suku suddenly felt that there seemed to be an extremely precise magic circle in his body. And this magic circle can help him be immune to any sealing spells. Now, he is finally truly immortal. Beautiful. Ding. A new task will be released now. Please go to the place where the Holy Master is to sign in. Reward a chance to draw a lottery and 10,000 system points. At this moment, the system suddenly released a new task. But when she heard the details of the mission, Suku had a look of helplessness. There is no other reason, but because Suku really doesn't want to deal with the younger brother of the Lord. Because it replaced Julian, Suku also inherited all of Julian's memories. In Julian's original memory, the Lord has always been a sinister, cunning guy who doesn't keep his promises. Thousands of years ago, after all the demons were defeated by the 8 immortals and sealed in hell, the Holy Lord proposed that the other 7 demons send him to the human world with magic, and then he would find a way to save other brothers and sisters. The demons believed the words of the Holy Lord, and then sent the Holy Lord to the human world with magic. As a result, after going out, the Holy Master forgot his previous promise and ruled the human world alone. Until Lopez appeared, the Lord was deprived of the 12 spells and turned into a statue of a dragon. Because of this incident, the demons in hell have always hated the Holy Lord. So after leaving hell, Suku didn't pay attention to the Lord. But because of a special relationship, Suku still occasionally felt the Holy Master's soul screaming in pain, but he didn't care at all. I originally thought that as long as I didn't go to the Holy Master, I would have nothing to do with the Holy Master. In the end, I didn't expect the system to issue such a task. Although quite speechless about this task, Suku still intends to meet the Holy Master. But don't get me wrong, he doesn't want to catch up with the Holy Master. He just wants to get more lucky draw opportunities. After all, the last few lottery draws did get very good things. Maybe you can get something good? Thinking of this, Suku looked at the time again, then stood up directly and walked towards the outside of the house. Where you go? Selena asked curiously. Go see my B*********** D brother, Suku said without looking back, and then walked out directly. Forehead. Selena was a little speechless because she didn't expect Suku to have a younger brother. Although he didn't know where the Holy Master was, it was obviously not a problem for Suku, because the system has already marked the coordinates when releasing the task. You only need to follow the route. As the Moon Demon, Suku naturally has the ability to fly, but he still plans to drive in the end. The reason is simple. He really doesn't want to explain to everyone why a psychiatrist can fly. After several hours, Suku finally came to the city where the Lord is. At the same time, in a dark basement. Trash. Trash. You're a bunch of trash. Until now, you haven't even found a single talisman. You really let me down. In the empty basement, an angry roar suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of the Panlong statue, hanging on the wall, suddenly burst into a red light. A wave of devilish energy spread instantly, and the few people in front of them trembled in fright. This Panlong statue is the Holy Lord who has been deprived of the 12 talismans. As for the humans in front of the Holy Lord, they're naturally Walong, Rez, Afin, Zhou, and Tolu. They are the Mafia, and they're the most loyal younger brothers of the Holy Lord. As for why he is so loyal, it is definitely because the Holy Lord promised Valen. As long as Walong helps him get the 12 charms, he will present the legendary treasure of the Golden Rooster King to Walong. Definitely, everyone knows that the Lord will not keep such a promise. After all, the Holy Master never keeps his promises, even to other brothers and sisters, let alone to humans like Valen. Facing the angry Holy Master, Valen also looked aggrieved. You must know that in order to help the Holy Lord find the spell, he almost lost all his family property. And because of this, only these four were left among the tens of thousands of younger brothers. But even so, the Holy Master is still blaming him, which really makes Valen very depressed. Immediately afterwards, just as Valen was about to say something, an inexplicable sleepiness suddenly struck. In the next second, Walong's neck tilted and he passed out. Before Lesu and the others could react, they all passed out. What's the situation? The Holy Lord instantly became alert. Although his soul was trapped in the Panlong statue, he still felt a powerful magic approaching him. Who the hell? Come out! The Holy Lord roared. His eyes were even scarlet. The next second, a strange figure appeared at the door of the basement. The Holy Master was slightly taken aback, because he actually felt a trace of familiarity in this strange human being. What a strange feeling. Then, before he could ask, the other party spoke first. Hello, Holy Master, Suku said slowly, hearing this familiar voice. Holy Master's soul couldn't help trembling, because he remembered the owner of this voice. Devil of the Moon, Curse Blue, the most powerful demon among the Curse Blue. When did you come out of hell? The Holy Lord looked at Suku in front of him in disbelief and asked. Although Julian has turned into a human being at this moment, as a former brother, the Holy Lord recognized Julian instantly. But this is simply impossible, because demons can't escape from hell. After the 8 demons were defeated by the unknown death god, they were sealed in hell forever. Logically speaking, the 8 demons have no chance of escaping at all, because the only way to open the gate of hell is the Panku treasure box. However, the Panku treasure box was left in the human world by an unknown death god, and the demons had no chance of contacting it. Definitely, Holy Master is an exception, because the Holy Lord was sent out by other demons. There is even the power of the Holy Lord himself. That is to say, the combined power of 8 demons can send one demon out. And this is why the Holy Master was shocked, because he knew that the remaining 7 demons could not send another demon out. But the curse blue just came out. What? Seeing me come out of hell, you seem a little unhappy. At this time, Suku walked slowly in front of the Holy Master and said in a teasing tone, "No, no." The Holy Lord reacted in an instant, and his tone became humble in an instant. "My brother, welcome to this world. With your help, we will release other brothers and sisters and rule the whole world. Although the Lord doesn't know how the curse blue came out of hell, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. The important thing is, with the help of Julian, I can definitely restore my original strength. Then world domination is just around the corner. After all, Julian is the most powerful existence among the 8 great demons." Just when the Holy Lord was thinking, an extremely powerful force suddenly enveloped the Holy Lord's soul. Before the Holy Master could react, his soul was forcibly ripped out of the coiling dragon statue. In an instant, a stabbing pain from the depths of the soul began to fill the Holy Master's soul, making him howl in pain uncontrollably. You must know that although the Panlong statue imprisoned the Holy Lord, it is also the only thing that can carry the Holy Lord's soul. Only in the Panlong statue can the Holy Master stay in this world. If the Holy Lord's soul forcibly escapes from the coiling dragon statue without the rat charm or sheep charm, then he will be sucked into hell. For example, right now, the Holy Lord can already feel that hell is sucking his soul. And the culprit of all this is the curse blue not far away. "My brother, why? Why did you do this to me?" While struggling in pain, the Holy Master looked at Suku. Suku sneered. "Holy Lord, don't think that I will forget what happened back then after I come out of hell. Back then, my 6 other siblings and I tried our best to send you out of hell. You promised to release us after you left hell. What did you do in the end? You forgot the promise you made to me and chose one person to rule the world. It wasn't until I was defeated by a human magician again that I turned into this ghostly appearance. Am I right? Because she inherited all of Ju-Land's memories. Suku is also worried about this matter." The Holy Master was speechless for a moment. Because what Suku said is right. After he left hell that year, he really forgot the previous promise to other demons, and then ruled the world alone. Unexpectedly, he ran into a damned human magician, Lopez. Lopez not only defeated him, but even deprived him of the 12 charms, so his soul could only be placed in the Panlong statue. The Lord hates Lopez so much. Suddenly at this moment, a strong pain hit again, and the Holy Master couldn't help but screamed in pain again. He could feel that hell was about to swallow his soul. Demons are immortal. Even if they are really swallowed by hell, they are only re-imprisoned into hell. But for the Lord, being imprisoned in hell scares him far more than death. Especially there are 6 demons who have been betrayed by him in hell. If he really returned to hell, what awaited him would be endless torture. Thinking of this, Holy Master's heart is filled with endless fear. "My brother, please don't do this. I can't go back to hell. Forgive me. I promise I will never betray you again." The Holy Master roared with the last of his strength. At the moment, he was really scared, and at this moment, not far away, the space began to shatter, and then something similar to a black hole was gradually forming. On the other side of the black hole is the hell where demons are imprisoned. At this moment, Holy Master almost collapsed, but in the next second, Holy Master suddenly felt that the confinement of the soul disappeared. Without the slightest hesitation, the Holy Master fled directly back into the Panlong statue. At the same time, the gate of hell that is about to appear has completely disappeared. Suku still didn't throw Shangju into hell in the end. Definitely, this is not a scruple about brotherhood. Back when the Holy Master betrayed the other demons, there was no brotherhood between them. The reason why Suku would do this, after all, is because of the G law of this world. Although the current world is the world after Marvel, DC, and Chun-Long's adventures integrate, the law of Chun-Long's adventures still exists in this world. The so-called law is naturally a balance between good and evil. To put it simply, This world needs the Holy Master to maintain the balance. If the Holy Master is driven back to hell, a new demon will appear to maintain this balance. And judging from the current situation, this demon is very likely to be himself. So in order not to cause trouble for herself, Suku finally let the Lord go. And he knew that to continue the next plot, the Holy Master must also exist. But obviously, the Lord didn't know about this. He thought it was Suku thinking about the old relationship. So he let himself go. Thank you, my brother. I promise I will never betray you again. After recovering, the Holy Master hurriedly spoke again. He is really scared. But Suku didn't bother to talk to Holy Master, but asked, Holy Master, where is Panku's treasure box? Not long after he came out of hell, Suku tried to find the Panku treasure box. After all, this thing is still very important to demons. According to the original plot, he made a special trip to the temple where Panku's treasure box was placed. But the result is very surprising, because the Panku box is not there. So Suku suspects that the Panku treasure box was taken by the Holy Master a long time ago. Sure enough, he guessed right. My brother, the Panku treasure box was indeed here with me a long time ago, and I put it together with the Golden Rooster King treasure. But if I want to open the treasure of the Golden Rooster King, I must obtain all the power. If you are willing to help me get all the power, then you can get the Panku treasure box. At that time, you can also release other brothers and sisters. With the previous events, the Holy Master didn't dare to hide anything and directly revealed the whereabouts of Panku's treasure box. Definitely, he also mentioned in passing the idea of asking Suku to help find the talisman. After all, Valen and the others are so useless that they haven't brought him any spells yet. He needs the help of Julon. But when he heard this, Suku frowned, because he felt it was too troublesome. In order to find Panku's treasure box before, I was completely worried that I would be sealed back to hell again. But now that he has the ability to be immune to seals, it means that he is absolutely unable to be sealed, so the Panku treasure box is useless to him. The only ones who really need Panku's treasure box are the other 6 demons who are still imprisoned in hell. That is, Devil of the Mountain, Pagan, the Devil of the Wind, Sawfoam, Demon of Thunder, Zhongsu, Water Demon, Basha, the Devil of the Earth, the Earth Chief, the Demon of the Sky, Shimu. They can only leave hell with the help of the Panku box. To be honest, Suku really doesn't have any special feelings for these guys. But after all, they are brothers, and Suku can't deprive them of the chance to get out of prison. As for whether he will be sealed back to hell after being released from prison, then Suku can't control it. So, Suku decided to help the Lord. I will only help you get the rat charm. As for the rest of the spells, you can figure out your own way. Suku said, the rat charm represents the power of life, which can endow static energy and enable non-living things to have life and ability to move. If the Lord wants to restore the original body from the Panlong statue, he must use the rat charm. The Holy Master was somewhat disappointed when he heard this, because he originally wanted Suku to help him find all the spells. But obviously, Suku is not willing. But if you think about it carefully, as long as you get the rat talisman, you will be completely free from the shackles, and then you will be able to find the rest of the talisman by yourself. Thinking of this, the Holy Master immediately gave another burst of thanks. My brother, thank you so much. One mouthful, and one brother called each other affectionately. Why didn't you think of this brother when you ruled the world back then? Suku didn't bother to complain about Holy Master anymore. Wait, I'll come to you after I find the rat charm. After saying this, without waiting for the Holy Master to react, Suku turned into a black aura and disappeared. The Lord was at a loss for words because he hadn't finished speaking yet. Not long after, Suku came out from a remote alley. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. A chance to draw a lottery and 10,000 system points will be rewarded. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Suku smiled and shook. If it wasn't for the system requirement, he wouldn't bother to talk to the Holy Master. Then, just as Suku walked to the side of the car and was about to drive away from here, he suddenly stopped. Trust me, no matter what you're going to do, You are looking for the wrong person. So I advise you to get out of here." While talking, Suku smiled and stared at another small alley not far away. The devil's intuition told him that there was someone there, and not just one person. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, there was a burst of footsteps. Immediately afterwards, a group of people who looked like agents appeared in front of Suku. The moment Suku saw this group of agents, he immediately thought of District 13. After all, in Chunlong's adventures, the 13th District has always been the sworn enemy of Wallen and the others. But in the next second, Suku knew that he had guessed wrong, because a woman suddenly appeared in Suku's sight. With just one glance, Suku recognized the identity of this woman, Natasha Romanoff. Definitely, you may be more familiar with her other name, Black Widow. This somewhat surprised Suku. First of all, he can be sure that Natasha Romanoff is definitely not here to find him. If this is the case, then she can only come to the Lord in Walong. It is indeed a bit surprising that the characters from the Marvel world came to find the characters in the adventures of Chunlong. "Who are you?" Just when Suku was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded. It was none other than Natasha Romanoff who spoke. Suku came back to his senses, first gave a harmless smile, and then said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is why you came here. To be honest, you shouldn't be here." If it was the 13th District that appeared here at this moment, then Suku would not be surprised. But it was Shield who appeared. This shit is too dramatic. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to reveal her identity, Natasha Romanoff also became a little impatient at the moment. "Catch him first," Natasha Romanoff said to the agent beside her. In the next second, two agents walked towards Suku. One of the agents also said in a provocative tone, "Guajonghua, I advise you to stay still. Otherwise, we will be impolite." Hearing this, Suku's eyes instantly flashed with murderous intent. As a demon who wants to stay in the American comics universe, he rarely initiates troubles, but when things come to him, he never hides. In the next second, without any warning, the bodies of the two agents who had just walked in front of Suku suddenly sank. An unbelievably powerful force suddenly acted on them. Pist, pist, accompanied by a special sound. Before the two agents had time to say a word, their bodies were instantly crushed by Invisible's power. As a result, two stalls of minced meat appeared in front of Suku, and the minced meat was mixed with internal organs and blood clots. When seeing this scene, everyone present was terrified because they didn't know what was going on. But soon, Natasha Romanoff still reacted. "Who are you?" Natasha Romanoff took out his pistol and pointed it at Suku, telling her intuitively that this man did what happened just now. And this man is extremely dangerous. But before Suku could speak, an agent next to Natasha Romanoff pulled the trigger first. Boom! A bullet shot at Suku. Boom! 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 More bullets were fired at Suku. But then, something shocking happened. I saw that the bullet they fired unexpectedly stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Suku. It was as if there was something blocking the bullet around Suku. "Who are you?" Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth and asked a third time. And this time, Suku finally answered her. The scarlet eyes lit up in vain, and a domineering yet cold voice exploded in everyone's hearts. "Moon Demon, Curse Blue, Devil of the Moon, Curse Blue." Natasha Romanoff had never heard the name and had no idea what it meant. Definitely, it doesn't matter anymore, because at the moment, she has become the only survivor here. Some of the agents exploded on the spot beside her, turning into a puddle of meat. The rest flew into the sky inexplicably until they disappeared from sight. Definitely, if nothing else, they should be orbiting the Earth with the satellite of the United States now. But the person who caused all this is still calm at this moment. In fact, Suku not only has a calm expression, but also a quite calm heart. As I said before, as a demon who just wants to hang on, he actually doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble. But when things come to him, he will never run away. If the agent hadn't said the phrase "Zhongwu guy" just now, then Suku probably wouldn't have killed him. It's a pity that he insisted on dying and killed everyone. And to do all this, What Suku relies on is just an idea. As the demon of the moon, the head of the 8 demons, Suku possesses the absolute power to manipulate gravity. As long as he wants, he can manipulate the moon to hit the Earth at any time. Definitely, he doesn't intend to do it at the moment. At this moment, Suku stared at Natasha Romanoff not far away. Originally, Suku planned to kill Natasha Romanoff with him just now. After all, he had already killed so many people, and this one was not bad. And to be honest, he doesn't really have a thing in particular about Natasha Romanoff. After all, according to the setting of the Marvel Universe, Natasha Romanoff has rolled over with almost all superheroes, such as Captain America, Hawkeye, Iron Man, etc. As a powerful demon, Suku really despises her. The reason why he didn't kill her was because he had other things in mind. Although Suku doesn't like SHIELD and Avengers, but I have to say, these guys always like to make things happen. In order to continue to live in peace, Suku feels that it is necessary for him to master the various actions of SHIELD and Avengers. And Natasha Romanoff is the best pawn because she is both a high-level agent of SHIELD and a member of Avengers. That's the only reason she's alive. Boom! Suddenly at this moment, another burst of gunfire rang out. Suku first looked at the bullets in front of him, and then at Natasha Romanoff, who was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground not far away. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff was pointing the gun at him tremblingly. She was terrified, afraid that she too would die like everyone else. But it was clear that her worries were unnecessary. Suku stretched out his right hand and grabbed it from the air, and Natasha Romanoff's body flew towards him involuntarily in an instant. Then he was frozen in front of Suku. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who looked terrified in front of her, Suku smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I won't kill you, because you have other uses for me." In the next second, Suku's eyes turned scarlet again. "Natasha Romanoff, from now on, I am your master. You will obey any of my orders unconditionally, and you will always submit to me. Your life, your body, everything you have belongs to me. I am your only master, Devil of the Moon. Curse Blue." Accompanied by the whisper of the devil, Natasha Romanoff's eyes began to turn scarlet, and his consciousness gradually became blurred until he was completely reduced to Suku's puppet. Not long after, the red light in Natasha Romanoff's eyes faded, as if returning to normal. But this is just an illusion. At the moment, her soul has already been grasped by Suku. Take care of everything here, and don't let the SHIELD people bother the Mafia. After saying this lightly, Suku left immediately. As for why SHIELD found here, it doesn't matter to Suku anymore, because Natasha Romanoff will take care of it all. By the time we got back to Gotham, it was already midnight. Returning to this familiar city again, feeling the chaos of this city, Suku only felt that his whole body was relaxed. The next day, putting on a white coat, Gotham's most famous psychiatrist started to work. Although a lot of people were killed at Marvel yesterday, life must go on. Business is mediocre today, and the occasional visitor is not a super crime. So Suku let Harley deal with it. As a psychiatrist, Harley could handle these sorts of things. The time soon came to the afternoon. Just when Suku was thinking about whether to leave work early, an inconspicuous car suddenly stopped at the door. Then a middle-aged man with a hat covering his entire head stumbled in. "Excuse me, is Dr. Sue here?" The man asked Selena anxiously. "Sorry, Dr. Sue doesn't accept patients today. Dr. Harley can treat you if necessary," Selena said without raising her head. When a man heard this, he kept shaking his head. "I'm not looking for Dr. Harley. I'm only looking for Dr. Sue. My problem can only be solved by Dr. Sue. Tell me, where is he?" This was just heard by Harley, who had just walked out, and she was a little unhappy in an instant. Although she is indeed not as powerful as Suku, this person, "Sir, if you really need treatment, I can help you." Harley couldn't help but speak. But the other party didn't even look at Harley, and still said very anxiously, "I only want Dr. Sue. No other doctor. As long as Dr. Sue is willing to go, no matter how much it costs." When Selena and Harley heard this, their eyes lit up instantly. How much money can it be? This is obviously a super rich man. But soon, they suddenly lost their energy like a deflated ball. Because with Suku's temper, he might not go. In fact, they couldn't figure out what was going on with Suku either. Whenever those rich people from Gotham come to see Suku, Suku always ignores them. On the contrary, when those super criminals who murder, set fire, and do all kinds of crimes come to Suku, Suku always does it by himself. They once suspected that their boss's head might be a little abnormal. Meanwhile, in the office, Suku was lying on the chair leisurely. He definitely heard the quarrel outside, but he didn't have the slightest intention of going out, because he is really too lazy to deal with those rich people. Ding! New missions are being released now. Please go to Wayne Manor to sign in. Reward a lucky draw chance and 10,000 system points. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Wayne Estate? Isn't this Nima where Batman lives? Suku was a little puzzled. Why did the system inexplicably assign such a task? But in the next second, Suku suddenly thought of something, then stood up and walked out. Pushing open the door, Suku saw not far away. A middle-aged man was standing there anxiously. On the other hand, Harley and Selena looked helpless. Seeing Suku appear, Harley immediately said with an unhappy face, "Boss, this person insists on looking for you. You can figure it out." Hearing this, the man looked at Suku in surprise, as if he didn't expect the doctor he was looking for to be so young. "You are Dr. Su? It's great to find you. Please come with me immediately. After it's done, it doesn't matter how much money you want." The man walked up to Suku and said anxiously. Suku didn't agree to the man, but just asked, "What's your name?" "Forehead." Hearing this, the man suddenly became hesitant, as if he didn't want to reveal his identity. "It's fine if you don't want to say it. Selena, see off the guests." Suku directly issued the order to evict the guest. "Don't." When the man heard this, he panicked for a moment. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Alfred Pennyworth. Alfred Pennyworth." Hearing this, Selena on the side instantly regained her spirits. "I've heard this name before. It's said to be the steward of the Wayne family." Harley on the side also looked at Alfred in surprise. Obviously, she had heard of this name before. Definitely, compared to this name, they actually care more about the young master of the Wayne family. In contrast, Suku is much calmer now, because he guessed the other party's identity early in the morning. You must know that the system will not issue tasks for no reason, and each task must be accompanied by some events. For example, right now, Suku can be sure that something must have happened to Batman Bruce Wayne, otherwise Alfred wouldn't be here. "Tell me, what can you do with me?" Suku continued to ask. "There is a patient who needs your help to treat it." Alfred said cryptically. "What patient?" Suku became a little interested. "You will know when you go." Alfred didn't want to say more. Without saying a word, Suku turned around and left, leaving only one word. "See the visitor out. Now, Alfred is really in a hurry. Don't. Let me tell you, Master Bruce is injured. The injury is serious. I have heard that your medical skills are very superb, so I want you to help." Alfred said hastily. "Really? I guessed it right again. Harley, Selena, I'm going out for a while. Don't run around here." Suku directly picked up the medicine box at the side, and then said to Harley and Selena at the side, "Boss, can I go together?" Selena asked, blinking her eyes. "No." Suku directly refused, because he knew that Selena would definitely want to steal again. Seeing that Suku agreed, Alfred was relieved. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to think of something again, and then directly took out 2 stacks of banknotes from his pocket and stuffed them into the hands of Selena and Harley respectively. "Both of you, please keep today's matter a secret. Just pretend that I have never been here before." Alfred said, "Okay, don't worry, I didn't see anything today." When the two got the money, they immediately nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Obviously, this is the hush money. Suku pretends not to see. Definitely he doesn't care. Immediately afterwards, the two got into the car at the door, and then the car drove to Wayne Manor. Along the way, although the two had almost no communication, Suku still learned everything from Alfred by using the devil's ability to spy on people's hearts. Simply put, Bruce Wayne injured. And the injury was very serious, so serious that ordinary hospitals couldn't treat it. So, I found myself. Alfred originally did not agree to ask himself for help, because he could not trust a doctor who would help criminals heal. But for some reason, Bruce Wayne insisted on seeking his own treatment. So Alfred can only invite himself at the door. And because of Bruce Wayne's special status, Alfred dared not let others know about his injury. Even when I asked Suku for help, I changed to a small broken car, and I even disguised myself. Dr. Sue, can you really heal Master Bruce's injuries? At this moment, Alfred suddenly asked. Suku was speechless when he heard this, because so far, he didn't even know what Bruce was injured. The news I got from Alfred's mind before was just that Bruce was seriously injured. More specifically, he really didn't know. But having said that, as long as Bruce is still alive, Suku can save him. Even if Bruce died, Suku could find a way to revive him. Definitely, it's better not to hang up, because it will be troublesome. So, Suku replied, as long as he is still alive, I can cure him. When Alfred heard this, his nervous expression eased a little. The car passed through the streets, and soon came to the wealthy area of Gotham. After another 10 minutes of driving, we finally arrived at an extremely magnificent manor. This is the Wayne estate. That's Batman's lair. After parking the car, Alfred didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and brought Suku straight to a luxurious room. A man covered in bandages was lying on the top of the room at the moment, and it was Bruce Wayne. Alfred quickly came to the bed and then said to Suku, who was standing at the door, Dr. Sue, please treat him quickly. However, at this moment, Suku was just standing at the door with a face full of pain. There is no intention of saving people at all. There is no other reason, but because there is a person standing beside that bed at the moment. Or rather, a human soul. This soul is none other than Bruce Wayne lying on the ground. Right? You heard me right. Bruce Wayne is F**************** G dead. Suku was almost drunk. He just casually said that he could be saved if he died. So why did Bruce really die? And this is too outrageous, right? You know that Batman is one of the most important superheroes in the DC universe. How could he die so easily? Outrageous. It's outrageous. Dr. Sue, come and take a look. Master Bruce doesn't seem to be breathing. At this moment, Alfred's voice suddenly sounded again, and he was extremely excited. Suku sighed in his heart, thinking that it would be strange if he could breathe. This damsel would still be breathing after dying. But he can't say that. So, Suku came directly to the bed, and then reached out to touch Bruce's neck. Good guy. It sure is cold. It can't be colder. Hurry up and save Master Bruce. Please. Alfred shouted again, his eyes blurred. It was obvious that he really cared about Bruce. Bruce's soul stood aside, looking at this man who was like a father, feeling extremely sad in his heart. Sorry, Alfred. Soul Bruce murmured. Okay, I see you go out. Leave this place to me, and I promise to save him. At this moment, Suku finally spoke. When Bruce, who had already turned into a soul, heard this, his eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Suku in disbelief. It never occurred to him that this man actually said that he could save himself even though he was already dead. But Alfred clearly doesn't think Bruce is dead. After hearing Suku's voice, Alfred was reluctant to leave the room while wiping away his tears. Close the door. Stay away from the room. I need absolute silence. In addition, no one is allowed to come in without my permission. Otherwise, if there is any accident during the operation, I don't care. Suku said again, Don't worry. I will do as you ordered. Please save Master Bruce. Alfred hastily swore a promise. Afterwards, Alfred left the room and closed the door behind him. However, when he saw this scene, Bruce, who had become a soul state, shook his head helplessly. Obviously, he thought Suku was here to scam money. I really shouldn't believe the death knell's words. After all, he hurt me like this. How could he tell me how to be rescued? Soul Bruce shook his head and said helplessly. He felt that he must have been deceived by the death knell. Death knell? Suku was a little surprised when he heard this, because according to Bruce, the death knell beat him like this, and then told him that he could come to him for treatment? F***K. Why would Deathstroke do this? Nemes. I knew I wouldn't have saved this guy at the time. A week ago, Death Bell came to Suku's clinic with serious injuries. It was because of Suku's treatment that Death Bell survived. Unexpectedly, the Death Knell's injury happened just right. So he came to Batman to fight and kill Batman. What a surprise. Shaking her head, Suku began to remove the straps from Bruce's body and then checked his wounds. Although there were many wounds on other parts of his body, none of them were too serious. What was really serious was a slap file-size wound on his chest. This wound directly hurt the heart, so Bruce died. Think about it too. After all, for human beings, the heart is indeed the most vulnerable place. Weak humans. Suku shook his head with emotion on his face. Bruce on the side heard this, and even though he laughed, he didn't know what he was laughing at. Definitely, Suku doesn't care either. In the next second, Suku put on the gloves and then directly plunged the tea into Bruce's chest. Under the touch, Suku really felt that there was indeed a wound on Bruce's heart. When seeing this scene, Bruce in the soul state was instantly speechless. Although he has died, this person can't treat his own body like this, right? Hey, can't you have a little respect for my dead body? Soul Bruce said helplessly. In the next second, Bruce saw Suku suddenly looking at him, and then spit out 2 words. Cannot. What's the situation? Bruce was stunned for a moment. Can the man in front of him see himself? Impossible. He was obviously dead, and even Alfred couldn't see him. So how could this man see himself? It must have been a coincidence. Bruce shook his head, but when he looked up, Bruce saw Suku still staring at him. Another coincidence? Puzzled in his heart, Soul Bruce stretched out his hand and then shook it in front of Suku. I promise, if you do this again, I will crush your heart immediately. Suku stared straight at Soul Bruce in front of him and said slowly, F***K. The man in front of him could actually see him. In an instant, Soul Bruce's expression changed suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost. Although he's already a ghost now. Who are you? Soul Bruce couldn't help asking. Didn't the death knell tell you? Suku said. When he heard this, Soul Bruce finally confirmed that the man in front of him could indeed see himself. Why can you see me? Soul Bruce asked again. He didn't believe that Suku was just a simple doctor. It doesn't matter. What matters is your current situation. Tell me, how do you want to live? Suku didn't answer Soul Bruce's question, but asked rhetorically. How can I survive? Bruce was taken aback for a moment when he heard this. Aren't I already dead? Bruce said. So what if you're dead? As long as I am willing, I can bring you back to life. Suku said very freely. Bruce was speechless for a moment, but soon he still reacted. What do you mean by how to live? Bruce asked solemnly. Who would choose to die if they could live? Suku didn't hold back anymore and said directly. Your heart was stabbed, and now there are 2 ways to treat it. One is the conventional treatment method, but if this is the case, you will not be able to engage in any strenuous exercise in the future, otherwise you may die suddenly. Second, I choose the second one. Before Suku could finish speaking, Bruce interrupted him directly. As the Dark Knight of Gotham, if he can't fight in this life, he might as well die now. Would you like to hear me out? Suku fell helpless. I just want to know, will the second method bring me back to normal? Bruce asked solemnly. Definitely yes. And I promise, you will get more powerful power. Suku smiled. Let's get started. I'll choose the second one. Bruce didn't notice the meaning of Suku's words and couldn't wait to choose the second option. Then, as you wish, Suku stopped talking nonsense. In an instant, a black aura began to be used from his hands, and then began to quickly repair Bruce's heart. With the restoration of the heart, Soul Bruce gradually lost consciousness. Suku pulled his hand out of Bruce's chest, then took off the glove and casually threw it aside. Under the restoration of black aura, Bruce's heart has resumed beating, and his soul has returned to his body. Even the wounds on his body are recovering at a speed that can be seen in the meat rock. For demons, black aura represents power, and similarly, demons could do anything with black aura. For example, resurrecting a dead human being and giving him power? Definitely. Suku has never done this before. Bruce is the first. And because of Black Aura, from now on, Bruce's soul completely belongs to him. Alfred, Suku shouted. Not long after, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and the door was pushed open. Dr. Sue, what do you need? Alfred came over with a worried look on his face. No need, just to tell you that the operation was a success, Suku said. When Alfred heard this, his expression immediately became unbelievable, because at the moment, it was less than half an hour before he left here, just now. Completed an operation in half an hour? Just kidding. In the next second, without the slightest hesitation, Alfred fell to the side of the bed and put his hand under Bruce's nose. For a moment, Alfred's expression relaxed, because Bruce's breathing actually recovered again, and it was very stable. It's amazing. You know, Bruce wasn't breathing just now. At this moment, the big rock in Alfred's heart finally fell down. Thank you so much. Your medical skills are amazing. Alfred looked at Suku gratefully. He had only approached Suku with the attitude of giving it a try before, but he didn't expect Suku to be so powerful. You're welcome, since Bruce is fine. Then I'll go first. Let's talk about something else. Suku got up and was about to leave. When Alfred heard this, he immediately thought of something and took out a check from his pocket. Suku took the check and glanced at it. Well, not bad. A full 10 million US dollars. Batman is indeed rich. This is your reward, and I hope you can keep today's matter secret. After all, Master Bruce's identity is a bit special. If someone knows that he is injured, it may have a bad influence. Alfred said, Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for the patient. Suku said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Alfred brought Suku to Bruce's garage. I'm sorry, I have to take care of Master Bruce, so I can't take you back. Please pick a car you like and drive away. This is my thank you. Alfred pointed to the dozens of luxury cars in front of him and said, Suku is also welcome. After some selection, he finally chose a red supercar. Alfred didn't turn back to Bruce's room until he watched Suku leave the Wayne Manor. But in the next second, Alfred was stunned suddenly, because at the moment, Bruce disappeared. What about people? Alfred was a little flustered and looked around the room for a while, but he never saw Bruce. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to think of something, and then came to a clock face. After turning the pointer, a mechanical sound rang out. Then the clock moved aside, and an elevator hidden inside appeared in front of Alfred. Alfred walked in, and then the elevator descended slowly, and soon came to an underground space. This is the Batcave, the secret base of Batman Bruce Wayne. Master Bruce, are you there? Alfred yelled. The next second, a familiar voice sounded. I'm here. Then, there was a huge amount of crashing sound. Alfred walked over following the sound, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was instantly shocked, speechless, because at the moment, Bruce was actually naked, swinging a hammer vigorously at the tire in front of him. Swinging the hammer is an exercise for strengthening the strength of the arm. Through the force of the legs, the torso is rotated to drive the body to smash the hammer. This approach can not only improve the coordination of the body, but also make the body stronger, allowing the trainer to punch to the flesh. This is one of the most basic drills for Bruce. Definitely that's not the point. The point is that Bruce was almost dead half an hour ago. Why did he suddenly appear here again? And still doing such high-intensity training? Intuition told Alfred that this matter is Master Bruce. Stop, you are dying. Although he didn't understand what was going on, for Bruce's safety, Alfred rushed to Bruce and stopped him. But in the next second, Alfred was stunned again, because he saw the wound on Bruce's chest disappear. What's the situation? Alfred was stunned for a moment, knowing that he had bandaged Bruce's wound himself before. At that time, the wound on Bruce's heart was more than 10 centimeters wide, but why did it suddenly disappear now? What exactly is going on? Alfred asked in shock. Bruce also stopped at this moment and threw away the hammer in his hand, and then he slowly said, Alfred, do you know? I actually died just now. Alfred was slightly taken aback. Master Bruce, what are you talking about? Bruce's eyes were complicated. I know this kind of thing is hard to believe, but I can be sure that I was indeed dead just now. My soul is standing aside, watching you bring that man to my corpse. After you left, that man put his hand directly into my chest and then asked me how I want to live. He gave me two options, and I chose the second. And then I was like this. Alfred, that man, is horrible. Can see the soul, can resurrect the dead self. Suku's ability is far beyond Bruce's comprehension. Alfred stood aside, a little shocked at first, but soon he suddenly regained his composure. Master Bruce, but he saved you, didn't he? Alfred spoke. Bruce didn't speak because he knew Alfred was right. No matter who Suku is, he always saves his own life. It seems that I have to find time to thank him personally. Bruce murmured. The screen came to Lin Yu's side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. A chance to draw a lottery and 10,000 system points will be rewarded. When he was about to return to the clinic, the system sound suddenly rang. Counting the last one, Suku now has 2 lucky draw chances. But Suku didn't rush to draw the lottery, because from afar, he saw Selena had just closed the door of the clinic and was about to leave. Just don't know why. Harley wasn't there. Suku stopped beside Selena, and then joked. This beauty, I wonder if I can't treat you to a meal? Selena looked back and was startled. Boss, you stole Bruce Wayne's sports car. Nima. When Suku heard this, he almost vomited blood. This little girl really can't speak. The car was given by Bruce Wayne, not stolen. Cut the nonsense. Are you going or not? Suku said helplessly. When Selena heard this, she smiled mischievously. Then he walked to the side of the co-pilot, opened the door, and sat in. Immediately afterwards, the car started to move. Where's Harley? Suku asked while driving. Harley has something to do at home. So let's go home first, Selena said. So, it is. Suku nodded, and then continued. Go out with me tomorrow. What are you going to do? Selena asked curiously. You must know that every time Suku went out, Suku took Harley with him. After all, Harley is also a psychiatrist who can help Suku. Don't ask, you'll know when you go, Suku said. Before Suku had promised Shung to help him find the rat charm. According to Suku's understanding, the rat spell would appear in an auction. So he's going to take Selena to participate in this auction. But in the next second, Suku saw Selena looking at herself with a strange look. Boss, don't you want to pick on me? Selena looked at Suku seriously and asked. Suku is speechless. Just kidding. Do you still need Lao Tzu bubble? In desperation, Suku could only explain the auction. Selena suddenly realized. Boss, do you want me to steal things for you? Suku was speechless again. It's a buy. It's a buy. Do you, my boss, look like someone who needs to steal something? At the moment, Suku can't wait to throw the 10 million check that he got before on Selena's face. How could Lousy, the majestic devil of the moon, do such a cheap thing as stealing things? Early the next morning, after greeting Harley, Suku set off with Selena. After passing through several cities, they soon arrived at their destination. But looking at the dilapidated site in front of her and the second-hand furniture piled up not far away, Selena was speechless. She thought that Suku was going to take him to a high-end auction, but she didn't expect it to be an auction of second-hand furniture. To be honest, she really doesn't know what's worth auctioning here. Although the rat charm has no offensive power, it is still one of the most important spells for the Holy Lord, because the rat charm can restore the Lord to freedom. Although the sheep charm can also do this, but the sheep charm can only restore the Lord's soul to freedom, but the body still cannot be restored. So compared to the sheep charm, the Lord wants to get the mouse charm more. And such an important spell unexpectedly appeared at an auction of second-hand furniture. It may sound a little pricey, but it's true. The two found a random place to sit down, and then began to wait for the auction to start. But at this moment, Suku suddenly thought of something again, and then looked around. Because he suddenly remembered that according to the original plot of Chunlong's adventures, it seemed that Chunlong would also appear here. Definitely, there's also the Mafia here. But after some inspection, Suku did not see Chunlong and the Mafia. Ever since, Suku didn't care anymore. 10 minutes later, the auction has officially started. However, at the beginning of the auction, They were all ordinary furniture, which cost a few $100s at most. Suku naturally had no interest in these things, so he simply closed his eyes and meditated. Then let's start auctioning off the next item. This is a desk lamp inlaid with a mouse pattern. It looks very special. The starting price is 100. Anyone bid? The host shouted again. When Suku heard this, he opened his eyes instantly. Sure enough, he saw that the host was holding a desk lamp with a charm on it. It is the rat charm. It's him. Suku opened the mouth and said. When Selena on the side heard this, she looked curiously at the desk lamp in the host's hand. But to be honest, Selena really didn't think it was anything special. But since it was something her boss wanted, Selena had no choice but to make a move. 1 million. Just when Selena was about to bid, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. What's the situation? Selena was stunned for a moment. Is this guy crazy to buy a second-hand desk lamp for 1 million? Looking back, Selena was even more shocked, because at the moment, the one who appeared in front of her was none other than Iron Man Tony Stark. Because of World Integrate, Selena naturally knows about Iron Man Tony Stark. Even not long ago, Tony Stark attended a gala hosted by the wealthy Gotham City. Definitely, that's not the point. The point is that Tony Stark also wants the lamp that Suku is eyeing. Boss, what should I do? Selena looked at Suku and asked. The price of the desk lamp was directly raised by Tony Stark to a price of 1 million. She really couldn't bid the price. Suku didn't speak, but looked at Tony, who was walking towards the front of the auction with interest. To be honest, Tony was here, totally unexpected. He thought that Chun Long and his father would appear here, and he also thought that the Mafia would appear here. I even thought Dao Long would appear here, but he never expected that Tony would appear here. And obviously, there is a high probability that Tony knew about the spell, otherwise he wouldn't have spent 1 million to buy it. To confirm, Suku still said a number in Selena's ear. Selena's eyes widened instantly, her face full of disbelief. But seeing Suku's serious face, Selena finally gritted her teeth. 10 million. Selena spoke. What? Originally, when Tony called out 1 million, everyone present was stunned by the price. After all, the things auctioned here are only some second-hand furniture, not antiques or the like. A few hundred yuan is considered a sky-high price. As a result, you got a total of 1 million as soon as you came up, which is really outrageous. The host was so excited that he could hardly hold the lamp in his hand. After all, this is 1 million yuan. It is fully 10,000 times what he quoted. But no one thought that even more outrageous things happened. Someone raised the price again and directly added to 10 million. Now everyone is dumbfounded. My God, 10 million. Are these guys serious? Why is this broken desk lamp worth 10 million? It's outrageous. In my opinion, this thing is not worth 100 yuan. The thinking of rich people is really strange. How many desk lamps do you have to buy for so much money? A bunch of lunatics. Along with the intense discussion among the crowd, Tony also looked over here. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone would bid 10 million to compete with him for this lamp. Tony was even more shocked when he saw that the bidder was actually a young girl. At the same time, the host is going crazy with joy. 10 million. 10 million. Is there anyone who has bid higher? If not, then this desk lamp belongs to that lady. The host shouted excitedly. 100 million. Tony spoke again. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Half a month ago, Tony got an ancient book by chance. The ancient book records a demon named Holy Lord and his 12 spells with various super abilities. Tony became interested for a moment and then started looking for information about the spell. Finally, he found the whereabouts of one of the charms. So what happened now? I thought that 1 million would definitely win the table lamp inlaid with the mouse charm, but I didn't expect someone to bid 10 million. But money was never an issue for Tony. Ever since, he directly bid 100 million, and this also drove everyone present into madness. The host was going crazy. An item with a starting price of 100 yuan actually sold for 100 million yuan. It's like hell. Boss. Selena looked at Suku helplessly, not knowing what to say for a while. because she actually knows Suku's property very well. 2 to 30 million may not be a problem for Suku, but 100 million, Suku really can't afford it. All right, she guessed right. Suku really doesn't have that much money. After all, as a demon, Suku really has no interest in money. Although he collected a lot of gold and diamonds when he was in hell, he couldn't directly use them as money. So next, Suku stood up directly. Let's go, Suku said to Selena. Let's go now. Selena couldn't believe it. Based on what she knows about Suku, she knows that it is impossible for Suku to give up what she wants so easily. Perhaps in Harley's view, Suku is just a superb surgeon and psychologist. But in Selena's view, Suku's identity is far more than that simple. When Selena was hunted down by dozens of enemies and was about to die on the spot, Suku appeared. It was just a snap of the fingers, and all the enemies fell asleep at that moment, leaving only Selena with a shocked face. That is, from that day on, Selena knew that Suku was not an ordinary person. How could such a person give up what he wanted so easily? But seeing that Suku really left, Selena had no choice but to follow. No one cared about their departure, because everyone was overwhelmed by the price of 100 million. The two returned to the car, and Selena looked at Suku and asked, "Boss, what are you going to do next?" Suku touched his chin, stared at a luxury car not far away, and said, "Robbery. Who are you robbing?" Selena continued to ask. "Tony Stark," Suku replied. Hearing this name, Selena didn't know what to say. Although she knew that Suku would not give up what she wanted, she never thought that Suku wanted to rob Tony Stark. After all, that guy is not only a billionaire, but also a superhero. "Then I'll wait for you in the car." Although Selena likes to steal things occasionally, she really doesn't dare to rob Tony Stark. But then, Suku's words made her completely speechless. "I'm afraid you have to do it yourself," Suku said. "What?" Selena was immediately dumbfounded, thinking, "Boss, are you stupid? I'm just a thief. How can I be Tony Stark's opponent?" But before Suku could answer, Tony Stark reappeared at the auction gate not far away. And in his hand is the desk lamp that was just photographed for 100 million yuan. The next second, Suku stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Almost instantly, Tony felt an inexplicable drowsiness hit him. He realized something was wrong, and when he was about to do something, he suddenly fell asleep. Everyone in Fong Yuan's hundreds of meters fell asleep together. Selena was speechless immediately. It turns out that the boss's so-called robbery is different from what she imagined. "Go," Suku urged. "Why don't you go?" Selena is not happy. "Because I'm your boss," Suku said calmly. "All right, there is no way to refute." Who made himself a hard-working worker? Selena got out of the car angrily, then walked quickly to Tony's side, picked up the desk lamp, and returned to the car. Suku reached out to take the desk lamp, took the mouse charm directly, and then handed the desk lamp to Selena. "Give it back to him." Selena was speechless. But as a hard worker, what could she do? So, Selena could only take the lamp angrily and put the lamp beside Tony. Immediately afterwards, the car started and sped away towards the distance. After a few minutes, Tony woke up slowly. "What's going on? Why did I faint just now?" Tony slowly got up while shaking his head vigorously. In the next second, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly looked down. Fine. The desk lamp he just bought for 100 million is still there. But upon closer inspection, Tony was instantly dumbfounded. The desk lamp is indeed there, but the mouse charm on the desk lamp is gone. What's the matter with Nima? What about Lao Tzu's spell? Tony stood on the street with a dazed look on his face. When Tony was in a daze, Selena was carefully observing the rat charm that Suka had just taken from the desk lamp. But after watching it for a long time, Selena still couldn't figure out what the use of this thing was. "Boss, what the hell is this?" Selena couldn't help asking. This is called the rat charm, which can endow static power and allow non-living things to have life and mobility. It originally belonged to an ancient demon named Holy Lord. As long as Holy Lord gets him, he can be free. Suku told the truth. But obviously, Selena doesn't believe it at all. "Just make it up. What ancient demons are there? I don't believe it," Selena said, and returned the spell to Suku. Suku smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. I just don't know. What would Selena's expression be if she knew that her boss was actually an ancient demon? Ding! I noticed the power of the rat charm. May I ask the host if it absorbs it? At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. When Suku heard this, he was taken aback for a moment. Absorb the power of the rat charm? Interesting. But having said that, after all, the rat charm belonged to the Holy Master. If he absorbed it, wouldn't the Holy Master be unable to regain his freedom? As if sensing Suku's concerns, the system sounded again. Ding! There are two ways to absorb the system. One is direct absorption, and the other is copy absorption. Direct absorption will take away the original power of the item, but copying the absorption will not take away the original power of the item. Copy absorb. Sure enough, having a system is a trick. Without the slightest hesitation, Suku said in his heart, I choose to copy and absorb. As soon as the words fell, Suku felt a strange power appearing in his body. It was the power of the rat charm. Now, he finally possesses the power of the Holy Lord. And unlike the Holy Lord, the power he got cannot be taken away. I have to say, this is really a surprise. After sending Selena back to Gotham, Suku went straight to where the Holy Lord was. At the same time, the Holy Lord, you guys are such a bunch of trash. It's been so long, and you haven't brought me a single charm. What use do I need you? The Holy Master roared angrily at Long and the others in front of him. Holy Lord, we had already found a charm today, but it was snatched away by a guy named Chunlong. That guy is really difficult to deal with. Valen couldn't help but argue. The Holy Master gave them a spell locator yesterday, saying that he could take them to find the spell. According to the guidance of the spell locator, Valen and the others found the sheep charm on a moving train. As a result, as soon as I got it, a guy named Chunlong suddenly appeared and snatched the sheep charm. But the Holy Lord doesn't care about these. In the Holy Lord's view, failure is failure, and he doesn't want to know the reason for failure. Just when the Holy Lord was about to continue to say something, he suddenly stopped. Because at the moment, the Lord suddenly sensed that a special force was approaching, and the master of this power is his brother, Devil of the Moon, Curse Blue. Wait, could it be that Julon already got the rat talisman? Thinking of this, the Holy Master no longer cared about teaching Long and the others in front of him. My brother, it seems that you have got what I want. The Holy Master shouted excitedly. When Valen and the others heard this, they were immediately confused. They don't know what happened to the Holy Lord. But in the next second, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. It is Suku. Valen and the others were taken aback for an instant. Damn it, who are you? True, grab him. Don't let him get away. Accompanied by a messy sound, Valen and the others instantly set up their formation. It was obvious that they considered Suku as an enemy. But Suku didn't speak, just waved his hand casually. In the next second, Valen and the others felt their bodies sank suddenly, and an extremely powerful force suddenly acted on them. Plop, plop, plop. Without warning, everyone knelt on the ground in an instant. Valen and the others were shocked instantly, because they couldn't figure out what was going on. At this moment, the Holy Master spoke. Wolong, shut up. He's not an enemy. He's my brother. Demon of the Moon. Curse Lon. Welcome, my brother. Holy Lord's brother? Demon of the Moon? Hearing this, Valen and the others were instantly taken aback. What's the situation? The devil has brothers? The next second, Suku walked in. Her eyes were extremely red. At this moment, Valen and the others were almost scared to pee, because these eyes were so familiar to them. These are the eyes of the devil. Respected Lord Devil, we didn't intend to offend you. We really didn't know you would come here. Please forgive our rudeness. Long reacted instantly and immediately begged. You must know that this person in front of you is a devil. And unlike the sealed Holy Master, this one is a demon with complete strength. You can kill yourself in seconds by moving your fingers. He almost freaked out. At the same time, Leisu and the others hurriedly begged. Master Devil, we really didn't know it was you. Please forgive us. We don't dare anymore. Everyone is full of fear. lest Suku will kill them directly, because at the moment, the force acting on them almost broke their legs. But in the next second, this power disappeared instantly. Before they could react, a voice rang out. "Get up. This is the first and only time. If there is another time, then you all will die." Suku said slowly, "Don't worry. We promise there will be no next time." Valen and the others hurriedly made promises and then struggled to get up. "In just a short while, my legs are about to break." Suku ignored Wah Long and the others and went directly to the Lord, then held out his hand. A spell suddenly appeared in front of the Holy Master. "It's the mouse spell. Holy Lord, this is what I promised you before." Suku said slowly, "Ah, my brother, thank you so much. Thank you for helping me get the rat charm. Now I'm finally free." The Holy Master roared excitedly. Without the slightest hesitation, the Lord directly manipulated the rat charm in Suku's hand to fly up, and then just fell into a groove of the coiling dragon statue. In an instant, the Holy Master felt a force begin to spread in the body until it filled the whole body. Roar! Accompanied by a deep roar, the Holy Lord's head began to move, and immediately afterward, so did his body. The Panlong statue began to burst out bursts of golden light, and in the golden light, a dragon was slowly revived. For a moment, the entire basement was filled with endless evil energy, as if the gate of hell had been opened. And amidst the strong golden light and endless devilish energy, a dragon figure was slowly appearing in front of everyone. "This is Holy Lord?" Valen was instantly shocked by this scene. Although the Holy Lord's Panlong statue has been stored in their family for hundreds of years, he has never seen the Holy Lord's real appearance. Until now, just when Valen was thinking, the figure of the dragon had already stepped out of the golden light. Immediately afterwards, Valen and the others saw an extremely burly and tall behemoth. I saw that he was more than 8 meters tall. His muscles all over his body were like a rock, his body was like a dragon's head, and his whole body was full of endless evil energy. The scarlet eyes seem to be connected to hell, and one glance is extremely frightening. Just looking at it, Valen couldn't help swallowing his saliva, because this scene was so shocking. Finally, Leisu and the others behind him had already been frightened by this scene. But at the moment, the Holy Master was too lazy to pay attention to the younger brothers in front of him. He first moved his body to frighten him, and then shouted excitedly, "I'm finally free." Although he only regained his freedom and did not get all the 12 charms, for the Holy Master, this is already a very happy thing. Because as long as he regained his freedom, he could go find the 12 talismans himself, instead of relying on Wah Long and the others for everything. Definitely the most important point is that I finally have a part of the power. Although the 12 talismans are also his own power, but not all the power, this body also contains endless power. Not to mention his innate fire magic. Holy Lord, is it really you? At this moment, a trembling voice suddenly sounded, and the Holy Master looked down. It was Wah Long. However, in the sight of the Holy Lord, Valen is really a bit too small. Definitely, it can also be said that he is too big. "Valen, kneel down to meet your master." The Holy Master looked at Valen and said in a cold voice, "Sure enough, it is the Holy Lord." Valen was amazed for a moment, and in the next second, he knelt on the ground on one knee. "Respected Master, congratulations on finally regaining your freedom," Varan said. Seeing this, Leisu and the others behind him also quickly knelt down on the ground. Originally, Wah Long never kneeled down to the Holy Lord. After all, the Holy Lord was just a statue hanging on the wall before. But today is different from the past. The Holy Lord has been resurrected, and he feels full of oppression. As a person with a wink, Valen will definitely not disobey the Holy Lord's order. In case of being killed by the Holy Master because of this, it would be too bad. After all, I still want to get the treasure of the Holy Master's Golden Rooster King. Definitely, at this moment, Valen doesn't know that the Holy Master has no intention of giving him the treasure of the Golden Rooster King at all. Suku stood aside, with a look of disdain in her heart. For Valen and the others, The current Holy Lord is indeed a strong deterrent, but for him, the Holy Lord is just an empty shelf. As long as he is willing, he can kill the Holy Lord in seconds. Definitely, I have to admit that the scene of the resurrection of the Holy Lord is still very bluffing. It's just that he's not in the mood or interested in watching the Holy Master scare Valen and the others. Holy Lord, have you had enough trouble? The cold voice resounded from Suku's mouth, and the Holy Master couldn't help trembling instantly. Obviously, the Lord also knows that it is okay to pretend in front of Valen and the others with his current strength. But if he wants to pretend in front of Suku, it is pure courting death. Sorry, my brother, I just got free, so I'm a little excited. The Holy Master looked at Suku and said in a very humble tone. However, when they heard this, Valen and the others were instantly stunned, because they never imagined that even though the Holy Master had gained freedom, he would still be so humble in front of Suku. This is enough to prove that Suku's power is definitely far stronger than the Holy Lord. Thinking of this, Valen immediately swallowed nervously. A Holy Master almost killed him, but unexpectedly, another demon far stronger than the Holy Master came. It seems that his future will only be more difficult. Valen, take your men out. I have something to discuss with my brother. At this moment, the Holy Master spoke again. Okay, Valen dared not disobey the Holy Lord's order, and he was not interested in the conversation between the two demons. Immediately, Wah Long stood up with great effort, ready to leave here with his men. At the moment, Valen's leg is really hurting so much that he trembles when he walks. No way. Who made them accidentally offend Suku just now? Just as Wah Long and the others were about to leave here with their arms, a voice sounded abruptly, etc. It was none other than Suku who spoke. Hearing this voice, Valen and the others felt that the hairs all over their bodies were about to stand on end. But before they could say anything, Suku suddenly threw a handful of something on the ground. Things are shiny and shining brightly. It's a diamond, and it is a super diamond with a full thumb file size. This, Wah Long and the others saw their eyes light up, but they were still a little dazed, completely unable to understand what Suku meant. But Suku didn't bother to explain, just said coldly, "Take these things and get out." Now, no matter how stupid Wah Long is, he still understands what Suku means. Thank you, Lord Demon, for the reward. Without the slightest hesitation, Valen and the others threw themselves directly onto the ground, and then greedily picked up the diamonds on the ground. Every diamond is top grade, and if sold, each diamond can be sold for at least 20 million US dollars. And there are dozens of such diamonds. It's really rich now, although they haven't obtained the treasure of the Holy Master's Golden Rooster King yet. These diamonds are also a fortune. Go away. At this moment, the Holy Master spoke again, and his tone was quite angry. Valen carefully picked up the last diamond, and then left with his younger brothers without looking back. For a while, only Suku and Shangzhu were left here. My brother, you shouldn't have rewarded them. They are only human beings, and even if there is no reward, they will do things for us. The Holy Master said with some dissatisfaction, his tone full of confidence. But Suku is too lazy to talk to the Lord. In the original plot of Chunlong's adventures, although the Lord also promised that Wah Long would hand over the treasure of the Golden Rooster King to Wah Long after collecting the 12 charms. But in the end, everyone knows that the Lord did not fulfill his promise in the end, and even almost killed Valen. It is also because of this that there is a famous saying, "My Holy Lord never keeps promises." In the final analysis, it was because the Holy Lord looked down on Valen from beginning to end, or more precisely, he looked down on human beings. In the eyes of the Holy Lord, human beings have always been his own slaves. As long as he gives an order, the slaves should complete the order without complaint. As for the slaves, the Holy Master felt that he did not need to keep any promises. Ever since the Lord broke his promise. Definitely, the final fate of the Holy Master is really not very good. Similarly, Walloon's final fate was not very good. In the final ending of Chunlong's adventures, Wah Long lost the only member of the Mafia, lost the wealth left by his ancestors, and lost everything. then become a bus driver. When meeting Chun-Long, Wallong didn't even dare to look at Chun-Long, because at this moment he has become a complete loser. But in the past, he was a man with wealth, status, power, and everything. The reason for this is because of the Holy Lord. To put it simply, Wallong was pitted by the Holy Master very badly. Definitely, this has nothing to do with Suku. The reason why I gave Wallong diamonds just now was because of how pitiful Wallong was. And he has a lot of diamonds, because in hell, these things are everywhere. Holy Lord, my patience has a limit. What exactly are you trying to say? Suku didn't want to argue with the Holy Master anymore, and asked directly, I want to invite you to rule this world together. My dear brother, with your help, we will definitely become the masters of this world. The Holy Master said excitedly. Suku was a little speechless, because he had already guessed that the Holy Master would say so. Sure enough, no matter when, the Holy Master always wants to rule the world. To be honest, if the world we are in now is just a world of Chun-Long's adventures, then Suku might consider working with the Lord to do something big and then rule the whole world. Even if this world still has the restriction rule of the balance of good and evil, Suku still has a way to forcibly break through this restriction. But obviously, this is unrealistic, because the world we are currently in is a big world that integrates the Marvel Universe and the DC Universe. The powerhouses in this world are far beyond the imagination of the Holy Lord. Let's not talk about other bigwigs in the Level Universe. Let's just take the strong ones on Earth as an example, like Marvel's Sorcerer Supreme, such as DC's Dr. Fate. These two guys are magicians who are proficient in spells, and their strength is no worse than that of the undead death god who sealed the demon back then. If you meet them, don't do anything to rule the world. I'm afraid they will be sealed in just one meeting. Definitely, although Suku is not afraid of the seal, but to be honest, he may not be able to beat these two guys. After all, these magicians can basically overcome demons. Thinking of this, Suku felt somewhat helpless. You must know that his original strength is actually very strong, and it is beyond everyone's imagination. But during the thousands of years of being imprisoned in hell, he lost a lot of power. So in Suku's view, the idea that the Holy Lord wants to rule the world is really naive. So he shook his head directly. Holy Lord, this world has changed. It's not as simple as you imagined. I suggest you take a look at the changes in this world first, and then reconsider what you want to do. Anyway, if you want to rule the world, I will neither help you nor stop you. But if you're going to free the other siblings, then maybe I'll help you a little. Although Suku didn't want to get involved in the Holy Lord's mess, if the Holy Lord wanted to release the other 6 brothers and sisters, then Suku was still willing to help. After all, in the final analysis, he is also the boss of the 8 great demons. Even if he doesn't like other brothers and sisters, he should help them out of reason. As for whether they will die again after they are released from prison, then Suku doesn't care. Although Suku rejected the Lord's cooperation to rule the world, the Lord was not discouraged in the slightest. He thought it was because of his betrayal that Suku refused to believe him. But he dares to swear this time he really wants to invite Suku to rule the world together. But seeing Suku rejecting himself and mentioning other brothers and sisters, the Lord stopped discussing this topic. My dear brother, don't worry. After I get all the charms and restore my strength, I will open the Golden Rooster King treasure and get the Panka treasure box. At that time, we will definitely release other brothers and sisters. The Holy Lord promises. In fact, in the original plan of the Lord, he only wanted to invite Suku to rule the world together. As for the other brothers and sisters, stay in hell. But Suku rejected himself, so the Holy Master had to take a backup plan. The so-called backup plan is to use the Panka treasure box to open the gates of hell, and then release the other demons, and invite other demon brothers to rule the world together. Although Suku rejects him, the other siblings will definitely not reject him. Then good luck to you, Holy Lord. Facing the Holy Master, Suku really didn't want to say anything more. After saying hello, he left immediately. By the time I got back to Gotham, it was already midnight. Although I wasted the whole day because of the Holy Lord, it didn't matter. Because in a short time, the Holy Master shouldn't do anything outrageous. After all, the next main goal of the Holy Master is to find the remaining 12 talismans, so at most he will deal with the 13th District and Dad. Early the next morning, Gotham's most famous psychiatrist appeared again. But today, Suku didn't go to the clinic, but came to Arkham Asylum alone. Because today is the day he came here to help the prisoners with psychotherapy. But just after arriving at Arkham Asylum, Suku heard a message from the guards. Joker is jailbroken. Hearing this news, Suku was not too surprised, because in his opinion, Joker's jailbreak is basically commonplace, whether in movies or comics. Joker has escaped from prison more than once. Arkham Asylum might be a place to hold someone else, but it can't hold Joker at all. However, Joker is not the only one who needs psychological treatment in Arkham Asylum. Guys like scarecrows and double-faced people also need psychological counseling. So Suku could just finish his work. But honestly, these guys are no match for Joker's evil. When he finished handling the work at the Arkham Asylum and returned to the clinic, he frowned instantly, because from a long distance, he saw a red, bloody handprint clearly visible on the wall at the entrance of the clinic. Looks like someone is looking for trouble. Thinking of this, Suku sneered instantly. Dare to make trouble for him in Gotham. It seems that this guy is quite courageous. Immediately afterwards, Suku opened the door and walked in. The next second, he saw Harley and Selena standing in the corner with some fear, and not far away, a man was lying there covered in blood. Seeing Suku appear, the man gave an extremely exaggerated smile. Hello, my friend. This guy is none other than the Joker. Although the appearance of Joker surprised Suku, Suku didn't immediately talk to Joker. Instead, he walked straight towards Harry and Selena in the corner. Are you two okay? Suku asked with concern. Seeing Suku appear, Harley's tense expression relaxed, and then he shook his head. Boss, we're fine. He didn't hurt us, he just didn't let us get out of here. Selena on the side also said, We're all fine, but boss, you'd better drive this guy away. In fact, if you want to fight alone, it is absolutely impossible for Joker to be Selena's opponent. After all, Joker is just a criminal with a high IQ, and his skills are very average. But then again, Joker's reputation is just too loud. This caused Selena to feel very stressed when facing the Joker. Plus, Harley is still on the sidelines. Selena can't make a move. After confirming that Selena and Harley were not injured, Suku looked at Joker beside him. It's a good thing you didn't attack them. Otherwise, you would be a dead man now. Suku said coldly, Please, we are friends. I will not attack my friend's subordinates. Joker said with a smile. Suku looked back at Selena and Harley. You guys clean up here, do what you have to do, and pretend nothing happened. Let him handle it with me. Selena and Harley nodded after hearing this, but they were no longer as scared as before. In their view, as long as Suku is around, no one can hurt them. Suku looked at Joker again. Follow me. After saying this, Suku walked over to the office first. Joker followed, dragging his bloodied body. There's also an operating room inside the office, which Suku specially prepared for some supervillains. So far, this operating room has hosted many supercriminals. Before Suku could speak, Joker consciously lay down on it. Who beat you like this? Suku asked while taking out the surgical tools. Joker didn't speak, just threw something on the ground casually. Suku took a look with surprise in his eyes, because this thing is actually a bat-shaped flying darts. And it seems that there's only one person in Gotham who can use bat flying darts. Bruce Wayne. That's Batman. Suku didn't speak, just checked the wound on Joker's body. It has to be said that this guy's injuries are quite serious. There were bruises all over his body, several broken ribs, and a wound on his chest where a knife had been drawn. The abdomen was almost pierced by flying darts, and the internal organs were also injured a lot. Suku checked, then looked at Joker and asked, How the hell did you offend that guy? Looks like he wants your life. According to the wounds on Joker's body, Suku judged that Batman definitely wanted to kill Joker, because several wounds were very fatal. Ghost knows what happened to that guy. Joker looked puzzled and said, This guy seems to have changed a lot recently. Every time he fought against him before, he would never kill him, But this time, I feel that he really wants my life. Suku looked funny. What? Are you also afraid of death? Joker looked at Suku again, showing an extremely weird smile. It's not death I'm afraid of. It's oblivion. Suku didn't continue to say anything, just shook his head, and then helped Joker deal with the wound. In the DC universe, the Joker has always been Batman's nightmare. For Batman, Joker is a super difficult existence because he is crazy enough and never afraid of death. But Joker also has his own fears. In an accident, Joker was poisoned by the Scarecrow, which made him discover what really terrified him. That is forgetting. As the craziest existence in Gotham City, Joker is known to everyone in Gotham City. But he feared that months after his death, no one would remember him. People will slowly forget his existence and turn to another newly rising villain. This is unacceptable to him. He can die, but before he dies, he will become a nightmare that the entire Gotham will never forget. This kind of thinking is actually quite a change, but considering that Joker is a change guy, it seems normal. The injuries on Joker's body were serious and fatal, but for Suku, it was obviously not a problem. After Suku's treatment, Joker's injuries have almost recovered. He stood up and moved his body, then praised Suku. I didn't expect that you're not only a good psychiatrist, but also a good surgeon. Facing Joker's praise, Suku just said lightly, "Be careful in the future. Don't be really killed by someone." For Joker, Suku actually has no idea. But the existence of this guy will make Gotham more chaotic. And as a demon, chaos will bring power to Suku. So he can't die yet. When Joker heard this, he just smiled and left. Watching Joker leave, Harley and Selena were relieved. At this moment, Suku suddenly thought of something, and then looked at Harley, who was still a little terrified. "Harley, what do you think of that guy?" Suku asked with a smile. You must know that in the original plot of the DC universe, Harley and Joker are a pair of happy friends, and he wants to know what Harley thinks of Joker. Unexpectedly, when hearing this, Harley shrank her neck in fright. "Boss, that guy is a complete lunatic. If possible, don't let him come here in the future," Harley said, still a little shocked. When Suku heard this, he immediately laughed. Sure enough, Harley's reaction was exactly what he thought. In DC's original world, Harley's nature is not bad. It's only because he came into contact with Joker and was bewitched by Joker that he became Harley Quinn. It's just obvious that this kind of thing will never happen again. I thought the Joker incident was just an accident, but what happened next was a bit unexpected. In the next few days, badly injured villains continued to come to Suku for treatment, and these guys were all seriously injured without exception. And it was none other than Batman who caused such harm to them. That's right, Batman is crazy. For a time, the whole Gotham was panicked. You must know that in the past, although Batman would beat them, it was usually enough, and then threw them to the Gotham City Police Department. Finally, in Arkham Asylum, this is basically routine. But now, after Batman finds them, he directly beats them violently, and it is the kind that beats them to the point of death. And I don't know why, Batman's various abilities have been inexplicably enhanced, which makes them completely powerless to parry. Batman is scarier now than ever. For all the villains, this is simply a nightmare. Although no one knows why Batman has such a change, Suku knows exactly what is going on. Needless to say, this should be the role of the Black Aura I used to repair Batman's heart before. Although Black Aura repaired the wound on Batman's heart and resurrected his life, Black Aura is also affecting Batman's thinking at the same time, and let his soul begin to tend towards darkness. Even if Batman is originally righteous, his heart will start to blacken under the influence of Black Aura. That's why Suku said before that Batman's soul belongs to the devil. No one can maintain their original justice under the influence of Black Aura, and Batman is no exception. Overall, Suku is very satisfied with her masterpiece, and he knows that Batman's soul will continue to blacken until he completely becomes a real Dark Knight. A Dark Knight who kills. Suku is really looking forward to it. A few days later, Suku received an invitation from New York City. Just glanced at it, Suku immediately threw it aside. The invitation was simply that someone had a medical dinner in New York City and he was invited to attend. But Suku has never been interested in this kind of thing, so he doesn't plan to go at all. Harley happened to pass by and curiously picked up the invitation letter on the ground. After seeing the above content clearly, Harley said excitedly, "Boss, are you going to attend this dinner party? Take me with you, okay?" Suku glanced at Harley and said helplessly, "What's the use of going to a shitty dinner party? Broken dinner?" Harley widened his eyes when he heard this, pointed to the signature on the invitation letter, and said, "Boss, please see clearly, this is not some bad dinner, but a medical dinner hosted by Stephen Strange, the most famous and top surgeon in the United States." Stephen Strange? Dr. Strange? Suku was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then reached out to take the invitation letter in Harley's hand. Sure enough, the signature on the invitation letter was Stephen Strange. That is Dr. Strange. When Suku saw this name, he was even less interested, because the one who invited him was the future Sorcerer Supreme. Demons and Sorcerer Supreme are always on opposite sides. If he sees Stephen and can't help but kill him, then Ancient One will definitely make a move. Isn't this just looking for trouble for himself? Ever since, Suku still didn't plan to go, etc. But suddenly at this moment, a special idea popped up in Suku's mind. As we all know, Stephen became Sorcerer Supreme only because of a car accident. The car accident caused Stephen's hands to no longer be able to use a scalpel to work, which made him lose his original life. In order to heal his hands, Stephen sought famous doctors from all over the world in vain. In despair, he could only visit the legendary magician Ancient One on the Himalayas. "Hope to heal my hands with the power of magic." But everyone knows the final outcome. Stephen Ancient One took a fancy to him and taught him how to use spirit and spells to cast magic. In the process of learning magic, Stephen's hands gradually recovered. Then, Stephen incarnated as Dr. Strange to guard the world, and after Ancient One was killed, he took over his position and became the new Sorcerer Supreme. Definitely, these are the original plot. But if I can prevent this car accident, or help Stephen heal his hands after the car accident, so Stephen will not become Sorcerer Supreme? This thing seems to be messed up. Thinking of this, Suku suddenly laughed. "Boss, what are you laughing at?" At this moment, Harley's voice suddenly sounded. When Suku came back to his senses, he saw Harley looking at him suspiciously. "Nothing." Suku shook his head, and then said, "Originally, I'm not planning to go to any dinner party, but since you want to go so much, then I'll accompany you there." Harley was instantly excited when he heard this. Then he hugged Suku's face and kissed her. "Boss, you are so kind." But in the next second, she realized that what she did just now was a bit too delicate. Just when she was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, Selena walked over suddenly. "What's wrong with you?" Selena looked at the embarrassed Harley with some doubts, because the look on Harley's face was just too weird. "No, nothing." Harley ran out while talking, seeing Selena's expression of bewilderment. "What happened to her?" Selena looked at Suku again. Suku touched the mark left on his face. Although he was very happy in his heart, he still shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe it's uncomfortable. By the way, I'm taking Harley to a medical dinner in New York tomorrow. Do you want to go with me?" "Medicine dinner?" Selena shook her head when she heard this. "No. What's the point of going to a dinner party for a group of doctors? If it's a dinner party for rich people, maybe I'll think about it. It's fine if you don't go. Let's treat it as a day off for you tomorrow." Seeing Selena's refusal, Suku didn't force her either. Although the dinner was at night, it was considered that Gotham was a long way from New York. So Suku came to the place where Selena and Harley lived early at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next day and waited. After making the phone call, Harley soon appeared in front of Suku. Today's Harley looked very beautiful, and for today's dinner, she specially wore a white dress, which made Suku couldn't help but take a second look. Noticing that Suku's gaze was looking towards him, Harley felt a sweetness in his heart. Because of yesterday's incident, she almost didn't sleep all night. Thinking wildly all night, her mind was full of Suku. She was worried that Suku would be angry because of what happened yesterday. But now it seems that Suku is not angry. Thinking of this, Harley's heart became even sweeter. "Boss, let's go." Harley sat in the co-pilot and said with a smile. Suku smiled slightly and with the sound of the engine of the sports car, they started towards their destination. Don't doubt it, this sports car is the one I got from the Wayne estate earlier. Previously belonged to Bruce Wayne, but now it belongs to Suku. Because the journey was far away, Suku turned on the radio directly. Originally, I planned to listen to the song, but unexpectedly, I heard a special piece of news. As far as I know, the former hero of the United States, the Captain of the United States, was found under the ice in the Arctic. After 70 years of slumber, he has woken up today. It's a miracle in the world. As the world's first superhero, we are looking forward to what kind of surprise the Captain of the United States will bring us. Hearing this news, Suku felt nothing in his heart, because as early as when he traveled to this world, he had already determined the timeline of this world. He came around 2011, and now it's 2012 when the Avengers Alliance once started. According to the original plot, Thanos will send Loki to lead Chitauri's army to attack the Earth soon. The Battle of Avengers Alliance 1 will also officially start. Definitely, this has nothing to do with Suku, because he didn't want to get involved in this matter. On the other hand, Harley on the side was a little excited when he heard the news. I didn't expect that the Captain of the United States is still alive. Harley said in amazement. What? You know him? Suku asked with a smile. How weird that Harley from the DC Universe should have heard of Captain of the United States from the Marvel Universe. Definitely got it. Don't you know the Captain of the United States? Harley asked curiously. Suku didn't answer Harley's question, just shook his head with a smile. Alas, it seems that the world is more chaotic than I imagined. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a burst of singing, the two stopped paying attention to the news that the Captain of the United States had woken up. An hour later, they finally arrived at the address on the invitation letter. I saw that this is a 5-star hotel located in the busiest area in the center of New York City, and there are people dressed in gorgeous costumes everywhere at the entrance of the hotel. Obviously, Stephen invited quite a few people. When Suku appeared at the door, a waiter came over immediately. Suku handed over the key directly and took Harley out of the car. This is the hotel's parking attendant, who is responsible for helping guests park their cars. And it's clear that Suku's sports car has attracted a lot of attention right away. After all, Bruce Wayne's vision is not covered. This luxury car is at least a limited edition of tens of millions. But Suku didn't bother to pay attention to these people. He took Harley's arm and was ready to go in. But at this moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared in Suku's sight. I saw that she looked about 20 years old, with long brown soft hair, and she looked very handsome. She is Wanda. That is the famous Scarlet Witch. Suku was slightly taken aback, because to be honest, he really didn't expect to see Wanda here. And at the moment, Wanda looked a little anxious. She mixed in behind a group of people and wanted to follow in, but because of the plain clothes on her body, she was stopped by the security guard at the door. Sorry, miss. I need to see your invitation letter, the security guard at the door said. When Wanda heard this, she suddenly panicked. Obviously, she didn't have any invitation letter at all. She tried to break in, but how could the security at the door let her in? Miss, I need to see your invitation letter. If not, please leave here. Otherwise, we will be impolite. The security guard spoke again. At the same time, 2 security guards surrounded him. Almost instantly, Suku sensed a special magical wave. And this wave of magic is coming from Wanda. Obviously, Wanda is angry. This lady came with me. Don't make things difficult for her. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. It was none other than Suku who spoke. No way, I just came to a banquet. Suku doesn't want to see origin magic power explode here. When the security guards heard this, they immediately looked at each other in dismay. They are not fools. They definitely know that the reason why Suku said this is purely to help this girl out. But looking at the supercar behind Suku and the invitation letter in his hand, they knew that Suku's identity must be very unusual. They really don't need to offend this kind of person because of such a trivial matter. Ever since, the security guard smiled and said, "Okay, sir, please come in." Suku didn't speak, but with one arm, he held Harley beside him, and with the other, he pushed Wanda, who was at a loss. As soon as she entered the hotel, Wanda looked at Suku gratefully and said, "Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing me in." You must know that if Suku hadn't shot just now, Wanda really didn't know what she would do. Because her magic is extremely unstable and difficult to control, it almost exploded just now. "You're welcome. But can you tell me why you came here?" Suku asked. He always felt that Wanda would not come here for no reason. When Wanda heard this, she was a little confused at first, but when she thought that Linyu had just helped her, she finally said, "I came here to find my brother." "Your brother? Quicksilver?" Linyu was even more puzzled when he heard this, because he didn't know why King was here. Just when he wanted to continue asking, Wanda seemed to sense something and said, "Sorry, I'm going to find him. Thank you for your help." Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Suku to respond, Wanda ran up to the second floor. Seeing Wanda's leaving figure, Suku looked thoughtful, because the current plot seems to be different from what he knows. "Does it look good?" At this moment, a sour voice suddenly sounded. Suku looked back and saw Harley looking at him with jealousy. This little girl, why is everyone jealous? Suku was speechless, but he didn't bother to explain, so he put his arm around Harley's waist. "Let's go." After saying this, Suku led Harley into the venue. He had just held Harley's arm before, so Harley didn't think anything was wrong. But now, Suku directly grabbed Harley's waist. This kind of behavior is really ambiguous. For a moment, Harley couldn't help thinking about it again, and he didn't care about Wanda before. Following the flow of people, the two soon arrived at the banquet hall. I have to say that the decoration here is indeed very luxurious. The banquet hall is as magnificent as a palace. Moreover, the people who appeared here at the moment were all dressed in formal attire and formal attire. And obviously, almost all the people who come here are doctors from various professions. Suku looked around. Sure enough, he didn't recognize anyone. This is actually quite normal, because he has always been alone and has never dealt with anyone in this industry. So naturally, he doesn't know these people. But in this case, why did Steven know himself? This is where Suku is really curious, because to be honest, he really hasn't dealt with Steven. Although he didn't know anyone here, it was obvious that Harley, a psychiatrist, knew quite a few doctors. At this moment, Harley's eyes were shining, and then he introduced everyone here to Suku. "Did you see that fat man over there? He is a famous psychiatrist, and he was my idol. Definitely, my idol now is you. And that tall man, he is a very famous surgeon and has written many professional books. There's also that skinny guy, he is an expert in the field of heart, and has a high level of research in this area." As Harley was talking, she suddenly felt something was wrong because Suku didn't respond to her. Looking back, Harley saw Suku's helpless expression. The next second, Harley stopped saying anything because she knew that Suku was not interested in these people at all. "How about we go out for a walk?" Harley suggested. Although Suku is just her boss, Harley suddenly has a special feeling for Suku. It was this feeling that made Harley pay special attention to Suku's feelings. If Suku doesn't like something, she doesn't like it either. But when Suku heard this, he laughed. "Didn't you always want to know Steven? How can we go without seeing him? Besides, he invited us here. At least he should express his gratitude, right?" When Harley heard this, his heart was instantly moved. Definitely, Suku actually has other meanings, but it's just not easy to tell Harley. Soon, Suku saw a familiar figure not far away. It was Steven. That is Dr. Strange. It's just that at the moment, he was surrounded by a large group of people, enjoying the praise of everyone. Obviously, Steven is the most dazzling existence here. Definitely, this is actually a very normal thing, because in the field of surgery, Steven is a top existence. Definitely, in front of himself, Steven is still not enough to see. At this moment, Steven also saw Suku. After greeting the people around him, he walked over with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Su. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to come." Steven smiled and stretched out his hand. Suku's arrival surprised him a little. "Hello. Thank you for your invitation." Suku smiled and held out her hand. "Hi, my name is Harley, and I'm an intern." Harley smiled and introduced himself. "Hello." Steven greeted with a smile. Then, at Steven's invitation, the three of them came to a quiet place and sat down on the sofa. Suku went straight to the point and said, "I'm curious. How do you know me?" You must know that Suku has always been very low-key. Even if he occasionally comes to New York to help some villains perform surgery, he has never been too public. So he was really curious how Steven knew him. When Steven heard this, he immediately laughed and then directly said a name. Jean Bin. Jean Bing? Hearing this name, Suku suddenly realized, because he once helped Kim and perform an operation. Definitely, the person who performed the operation was not Jean Bin, but Jean Bin's son, Richard Faith. At that time, Richard was assassinated and his life was hanging by a thread. When she was about to die, Suku appeared. Suku used his power to save Richard, and thus became Jean Bing's benefactor. The reason why Steven knew his name from Jean Bing was probably because Steven had also performed surgery on Jean Bing. Just thinking about it, Steven suddenly spoke. To be honest, when Jean Bing's son was assassinated, he found me first. But with an injury like that, I knew I couldn't save him, so I turned him down. I thought the child was going to die, but I never thought that he survived. I'm really curious. How on earth did you do it? At this moment, Steven looked serious. In fact, he didn't dare to say some things, because when he saw Richard was actually close to death. Faced with such a situation, he couldn't perform the operation at all, because he knew that after failure, Jean would definitely kill himself. So he rejected Jean Bing, and Jean Bing didn't say much, and left with Richard directly. Unexpectedly, Richard was finally saved by Suku. In Steven's view, this is simply impossible. But that's how it happened. What's even more outrageous is that according to my own knowledge, Suku's real identity is a psychiatrist. It's even more outrageous that a psychiatrist can actually perform such an incredible surgical operation. He desperately wanted to know what was going on. However, looking at Steven with an expectant face, Suku just smiled slightly. What if I tell you that this is my innate ability? Innate ability? Steven laughed instantly when he heard this. He definitely doesn't believe this kind of nonsense anymore. There are people who are born with the ability to perform surgery, and they still rescue people who are destined to die. This is simply nonsense. Steven, if you get hurt in the future and you can't handle it yourself, you can come and find me. As long as you still have breath, I can definitely heal you intact. Whether it's a broken limb, I can help you heal. Sukeisai said pointedly. He almost told Steven directly that he will suffer a car accident in the future and his hands will not be able to return to normal. No way, since he intends to prevent Steven from becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. Then he can only impress Steven first. In this way, even if Steven had another car accident later, the first thing he would think of would be himself instead of Kamartaj. But obviously, these words seemed a bit inexplicable to Steven. It's even a bit of a curse. But fortunately, as a doctor, Steven doesn't care about such things. And he thought it was a little ridiculous, because he himself is a superb surgeon and is the top existence in this field. Even if you are really injured in the future, there is no need to go to Suku for treatment. But out of politeness, he nodded in agreement. Thank you for your kindness. Steven, come here. At this moment, someone not far away shouted Steven's name. Steven glanced at it, and then said to Suku apologetically, I'm sorry, I'll go over there for a while. Please do what you want. I hope you have a good time. Please, Suku said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Steven left. For a while, only Suku and Harley were left here. At this moment, Harley suddenly asked with a look of surprise, Boss, have you really saved Jean Bing's son? That's right. Suku nodded. There was nothing to hide from Harley. But I remember that Jean should be a bad guy, right? Why do you always like to deal with bad guys? Whether it's the previous Joker or Deathstroke, or Jean Bin, they're not good people. Harley asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Suku felt a little funny in his heart, thinking that if I hadn't met you earlier, you would have become a supervillain yourself. But there was no way to say those words, so Suku raised his hand and patted Harley on the head. Then he said, Adults, children don't care so much. Cut, I'm not a child. Harley rolled his eyes and said, looking down in front of him again. Not small at all. Suku followed Harley's gaze and understood clearly. It is indeed not small. Immediately afterwards, Just as he was about to express his opinion on this, he suddenly noticed another energy fluctuation on the second floor. It is the origin magic power energy since before. It's Wanda. Looks like I need to check it out. Before Suku could make a move, Harley beside him seemed to see something and said with surprise on his face, "Boss, I have a good friend over there. Can I go over and say hello?" Suku followed Harley's line of sight and saw a girl sitting there waving at Harley. It happened that Suku also wanted to go to the second floor to have a look, so he nodded randomly and said, "You go, I just want to go somewhere else." Hearing this, Harley immediately ran overexcitedly. Suku didn't have any hesitation, so he turned around and went up to the second floor. The first floor is the banquet hall, and the second floor is a room specially prepared for guests to rest. But at this moment, almost all the people are in the banquet hall on the first floor, so there are not many people on the second floor. Along the way, Suku only saw 1 or 2 waiters. Following the wave of magic, Suku soon came to the door of a room. Before he got close, he heard a quarrel coming from inside. "Pietro, it's wrong for you to do this. You know, we can't do this. I've grown up. I don't need you to teach me how to do it. I am your sister. I must take care of you." Linyu stood at the door, a little speechless. Apparently, Wanda has tracked down his brother, Quicksilver, and the conversation between them seems to be getting a little heated. Although it is really not suitable for an outsider to appear in this kind of scene, but realizing that the energy in Wanda is getting stronger and stronger, Suku finally knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief silence, Wanda's voice sounded. "Ooh, it's me. The person who brought you in just now, remember?" Suku said. There was another silence in the room, but soon, the door of the room was opened. Immediately afterwards, Suku saw Wanda. And beside Wanda stood a boy with silver hair, who was Quicksilver. Unlike Wanda, Quicksilver was staring at him warily at the moment. "What's the matter with you?" Wanda asked, although she is very grateful to Suku for bringing her here. But she really didn't like Suku interrupting the conversation between their siblings. Seeing this, Suku said it directly. "Although I don't know why you guys are arguing. If you keep arguing, everyone will notice you." "You. So what?" Before Suku finished speaking, Quicksilver shouted at the side. Suku glanced at Quicksilver and was not angry, just smiled and said, "It's not that bad. It's just that someone who steals will be caught. You know what I mean?" When Quicksilver heard this, his face instantly became ugly, because just now he used his super ability to steal a lot of things, all of which are now in his backpack. The quarrel between him and Wanda is also because of this incident. Wanda thinks that Quicksilver shouldn't use his ability to steal things, but Quicksilver thinks that they can't live anymore. So what's wrong with stealing something? It's just that they didn't expect to be discovered by Suku. Seeing the nervous Quicksilver, Suku spoke again. "Don't worry, I'm not here to catch you." But when Quicksilver heard this, he immediately became disdainful. "Want to catch me? Try it if you have the ability," Quicksilver said with a sneer. In the next second, a silver-white light flashed, and Quicksilver instantly disappeared in front of Suku. However, just as he was about to leave from the door, he didn't know what was going on. An unbelievably powerful force suddenly acted on him, making him stop at the door abruptly. What happened? Quicksilver was shocked instantly. At the moment, he only felt that the double push was so heavy that he couldn't even lift it, let alone run. "Wanda, what are you doing?" Quicksilver yelled angrily, thinking Wanda did it. However, upon hearing this, Wanda looked puzzled. "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything." Wanda said, "You didn't do it? Then why can't I move?" Quicksilver got a little angry. He felt that Wanda was playing himself. But in the next second, Wanda seemed to think of something and then looked at Suku. "You did it?" Wanda asked. "That's right." Suku nodded and admitted generously. In front of normal people, Suku would not easily show off his strength, but it is obvious that neither Quicksilver nor Wanda are normal people. "Who are you?" For a split second, Wanda became vigilant. Red light flashed in both eyes. Origin magic power began to brew. "I forgot to introduce myself just now. My name is Suku, and I am a psychiatrist," Suku said with a smile. "Psychologist?" When Wanda heard this, she was immediately annoyed, because she felt that Suku was playing with herself. At this moment, Quicksilver at the side finally reacted. "Wanda, He must have come to catch us. We can't be caught by him," Quicksilver shouted. When Wanda heard this, there was no more hesitation in her heart. In the next second, a powerful energy was instantly used, sweeping towards Suku. In an instant, Suku was surrounded by red energy. It is Wanda's origin magic power energy. Ding! I noticed the origin magic power energy. May the host absorb it. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Suku didn't rush to absorb the origin magic power energy, but felt it with interest. In the end, he was a little disappointed because this energy was too weak to cause him the slightest damage at all. Absorb it, Suku confirmed in his heart. In the next second, the origin magic power around him disappeared in an instant, and Wanda looked shocked, because Wanda has no idea what the hell is going on. Likewise, Quicksilver was stunned. Taking advantage of the moment when Wanda and Quicksilver were confused, Suku directly invaded Quicksilver's brain. In the next second, Suku finally knew what was going on. It turns out that not long ago, Wanda and Quicksilver just escaped from a genetic laboratory, and the black hand behind this genetic laboratory is HYDRA. In order to avoid the pursuit of HYDRA, they have been running around. But in this world, money is needed for everything. So Quicksilver sneaked into the hotel, prepared to steal something, and continued on the run. But Wanda thinks this is wrong, and it is easy to go on the road. So she followed Quicksilver here, trying to stop him. And then, the scene that happened in front of you, Suku rubbed his chin, feeling that the plot seemed a bit wrong. Because according to his understanding, what Wanda and Quicksilver are currently encountering should happen after the Captain of the United States 2 Winter Soldier, right? According to Marvel's original plot, after the end of the Avengers Alliance, Hydra lurking in the S.H.I.E.L.D. room got Loki's scepter and then used the mind gem on the scepter to conduct some special experiments. And Wanda and Quicksilver became guinea pigs for this experiment. Inspired by mind gem, they awakened a special ability. Among them, Quicksilver has gained amazing speed, and Wanda has gained a series of super abilities such as energy manipulation, telepathy, and flight. Definitely, some of these abilities come from Mind Gem, and some of them come from Wanda originally's mutant gene. I have to say, the world is really chaotic. Immediately afterwards, seeing that Wanda was going to continue to do something, Suku spoke again. "Believe me, I am not your enemy. If you want, I can find you a place to live and avoid Hydra's pursuit. Why should we trust you?" Quicksilver said coldly. He doesn't believe Suku at all. However, Suku just smiled slightly and then looked at Wanda at the side. "Wanda, you should know how to use telepathy. You can see if I'm lying. The spiritual power of demons has always been very strong. Even if Professor X comes, he can't probe into Suku's inner thoughts unless Suku himself is willing." When Wanda heard this, he couldn't help but hesitate. But in order to find out what was going on, Wanda still used telepathy to probe Suku's brain. After a moment, Wanda looked at Quicksilver. He didn't lie. He really wanted to help us, and he was far stronger than us. When using telepathy to probe Suku's brain just now, Wanda tried to control Suku's thoughts. As a result, she found that she couldn't do it at all, because Suku's thinking is like a vast ocean to her. Her telepathy doesn't have the slightest effect at all. This shocked her greatly. Her intuition told her that the man in front of her was not someone they could fight against. If the other party really came to catch them, then they have no power to resist at all. At the same time, after hearing Wanda's words, Quicksilver's expression also became serious, because he knew that Wanda would not joke about such things. "Why are you helping us?" Wanda still couldn't help asking. "Why?" "Definitely because you are Wanda," Suku said in his heart. But definitely, this cannot be said. Just when Suku wanted to continue to say something, a window in the room exploded violently, and even the surrounding walls were destroyed. In the next second, 2 tall men suddenly appeared in front of them. "Oh no, it's the super soldier of 9 fighters." Wanda couldn't help shouting. "Super soldier? Same as Winter Soldier?" When Suku heard this, he instantly regained his energy. But Wanda and Quicksilver next to them were extremely nervous, because they know Hydra has found them. The purpose of the two super soldiers is very clear. They are here for Wanda and Quicksilver. So they ignored Suku at the side and walked towards Wanda and Quicksilver. Wanda and Quicksilver instantly assumed a fighting form, and at the same time, the origin magic power on Wanda emerged again. But before they could do anything, a strange picture appeared in front of them. I didn't know what was going on, but the two super soldiers in front of me suddenly froze in place. The next second, they knelt on the ground suddenly, and then the whole body continued to compress, shape-shifting, until the whole body turned into a lump of flesh. Blood was spilled all over the ground in an instant. For a while, the scene was extremely bloody. Watching Wanda and Quicksilver almost threw up. What happened? Quicksilver was dumbfounded for an instant. At the moment, he was already trembling with fright because the scene in front of him had surpassed his cognition. Although Wanda is also very scared, she is obviously much better than Quicksilver. Immediately afterwards, she looked at Suku. Is this what you did? But at the moment, Suku is too lazy to answer Wanda's words. Go to this place and wait for me. I will come soon. With Suku speaking, an address suddenly appeared in Wanda's mind. Wanda wasn't too surprised because she just found out that Suku also has telepathy ability. Definitely. What Wanda doesn't know is that Suku's ability is not telepathy, but the innate ability of demons. Wanda wanted to say something, but the next second, her body suddenly floated up. Then look back and see that Quicksilver did the same. Before they could react, they had already floated out of the window. Immediately afterwards, looking at the two lumps of meat on the ground, Suku smiled with satisfaction. And the reason why there is such an effect is definitely not because of gravity. All along, Suku has been developing her own power. He unexpectedly discovered that as long as his own gravitational force spreads to a certain range, he can control the gravitational force within this range. Gravity plus gravity. With these two powers in hand, Suku is almost invincible, because any enemy can't even stand firmly in front of him. What? You said you can fly? No need to stand? Old Iron, find out about gravity. With the gravity of the whole Earth on you, you fly one for me to see. If you don't press out your internal organs, I will lose. Now, the Earth seems to be better destroyed, because he no longer needs to go to the moon to change the gravitational force. As long as there is a thought, the gravitational force and the gravitational force are exerted at the same time, and the moon will directly hit the Earth. Definitely, as a demon who just wants to live in this world, Suku currently has no such plan. Immediately afterwards, Suku tidied up her clothes a little and went back to the first floor while no one was there. At this moment, the noise on the second floor has already attracted the attention of the hotel security staff. After all, the two Hydra just broke in through the window. So when Suku went downstairs, dozens of security guards went straight to the second floor. Suku ignored these guys, but quietly returned to the original position and calmly drank the red wine in his hand. He even raised his glass and said hello to Harley, who was chatting with friends not far away. But soon, the hotel's alarm was sounded. The banquet instantly became extremely chaotic, and everyone rushed to escape. Suku also took the opportunity to leave here with Harley. Harley was still in shock until the sports car drove away from the hotel. Immediately afterwards, she looked at Suku and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" "I'm not sure as well." Suku shook his head and said, "After all, he can't tell Harley that the reason for this is because he killed two Hydra super soldiers." Harley was still a little curious, but soon she didn't care much, because at the moment, she found that the route they took seemed a bit wrong. Seems to be going in the exact opposite direction. "Boss, where are we going now? This doesn't seem to be the way back to Gotham, does it?" Harley asked with some doubts. Suku smiled and said, "I won't go back tonight. We'll stay in Nuyo for one night, and we'll go back tomorrow." Stay for one night? When Harley heard this, he didn't know what to think for a moment, and his face suddenly turned red. Suku glanced at Harley, a little speechless, wondering what this little girl was thinking. Soon, they came to the wealthy area of New York City. There are independent villas everywhere here, which is the place where only rich people in New York can live. Suku also has a house here, but he didn't buy it, but Jean Bing gave it to him. After Suku saved Jean Bin's son Richard, Jean Bin gave him a villa and wanted him to settle in New York City, but was rejected by Suku because Suku still prefers the chaotic place of Gotham. But this villa has been reserved for Suku, so that it is convenient for Suku to live in when he comes over. When Suku came to the door of the villa, he instantly sensed the aura of two people in the room. Needless to say, this is Wanda and Quicksilver, of course. Suku smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, these two guys actually came. How did Suku know that Quicksilver and Wanda didn't want to come? Because they just saw the power of Suku, and Suku's power made them feel scared. But considering that I didn't notice any malice in Suku's mind before, Suku seemed to really want to help them. Wanda ended up here with Quicksilver. So, when Suku took Harley into the living room, he saw Wanda and Quicksilver waiting for him. Harley was stunned for a moment, because she didn't know why Wanda was here and why there was a boy beside Wanda. Just when she was curious, Suku spoke first. Harley, this is Wanda, and his brother Pietro. Wanda, Pietro, this is Harley. Suku briefly introduced the two sides. Hello. Harley was the first to say hello. Wanda and Quicksilver greeted each other, although a little stiff. Harley, you go upstairs first. I have something to talk to them about. It will be done right away. Suku patted Harley on the shoulder and said. Although Harley was curious about why Suku wanted to help Wanda and Quicksilver, she immediately went upstairs after hearing what Suku said. For a while, only Suku and Wanda were left in the huge living room. Suku sat down on the sofa casually and greeted Wanda and Quicksilver. Please sit down. Don't be too reserved. There are no outsiders here. But Wanda and Quicksilver didn't dare to sit down at all. They just looked at Suku nervously. Finally, Wanda spoke again. Who the hell are you? Mutant. Wanda asked out the doubts in her heart, and she was really more and more curious about Suku. Mutant? When Suku heard this, he suddenly laughed. I'm neither a mutant nor a human. My identity is beyond your imagination. But don't worry, I have no malice towards you. I protected you just now, didn't I? In this case, why do you bother with my identity? When Wanda heard this, she fell silent for a moment because what Suku said was right. If it wasn't for his help just now, maybe they would have been captured by HYDRA. Thinking about it this way, Suku's identity really doesn't seem to be that important. Immediately afterwards, Suku continued. This is my villa. I don't usually come here, so you can live here with confidence. Definitely, if you have anything to do, you can also contact me, and I will rush here as soon as possible. When Wanda heard this, she really wanted to refuse, but when she thought about the current situation of herself and her brother, she couldn't refuse. Because if they leave here, it will be a problem for them to survive. But Suku's place is a perfect sanctuary. So after a brief hesitation, she could only nod her head. Immediately afterwards, Suku thought of something again, and then took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Wanda. There is some money in this card. You can spend it. Don't steal anything in the future. Although this was said to Wanda, it was clearly referring to Quicksilver. So when he heard this, Quicksilver's face turned red instantly. After placing Wanda and Quicksilver, Suku went straight back to the second floor. And it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Originally, I wanted to say hello to Harley, and then just find a place to sleep, but as soon as I came to the room, I heard the sound of Usher's water. Clearly, Harley was in the shower. Harley, take a shower and rest. We're heading back to Gotham tomorrow. Suku said hello and was about to leave, etc. Suddenly at this moment, Harley's voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, the sound of running water disappeared. As the door of the Jade Room was pushed open, Suku saw Harley rushing out with his head covered in water and wrapped in a towel. Seeing Harley like this, Suku didn't know whether to watch it or not. But as a gentleman, Suku still said, Harley, can you put on your clothes and talk? In the past, Harley must have blushed at this moment, but now, Harley looked at Suku with unusual firmness. Boss, do you like me or not? Asked Harley. Definitely loved it. Suku said without thinking. Just kidding. How could he keep Harley around if he didn't like it? In the next second, Harley finally summoned up his courage. She loosened the jade robe casually, then put her arms around Suku's neck and kissed him. Although he was reborn as a demon, in the depths of his soul, Suku is still a normal man. So it only took 0.01 second for him to make his choice. After a lot of tossing, the two lay on the wound, their eyes met, and there was tenderness in Harley's eyes. While sliding her finger casually on Suku's chest, she asked, "Boss, who are you? To be honest, I always feel that you are really special." If before, Suku still wanted to hide his identity from Harley, it is completely unnecessary now. Because now Harley is his own woman. So Suku smiled and said, "What if I tell you that I'm not human, but a demon?" "Demon?" Harley was taken aback when she heard this, but the next second she smiled and said, "Then from today onwards, I will be the devil's woman." When Suku heard this, he immediately laughed. The four eyes met, and another big battle followed. Early the next morning, two special guests came at the door of the villa. Why do you say that the guests are special? Because one of the guests was really too big. I saw that he was more than 2 meters tall, and his body was full of tendons. His body was extremely exaggerated. He looked like a muscle monster. This man is none other than Yu's underworld emperor, Gene Bing. King, whose real name is Wilson Grant Faith, is the largest gangster in New York and even the United States. Although he is only a human being, he is not ordinary at all. His mind is extremely careful. His intelligence far exceeds that of ordinary people, and more than 90% of his body is made of muscles. His strength is extremely amazing, and he can punch through a wall with his bare hands. And he was originally a top fighter in the world, even able to fight superheroes like Little Spider-Man, Punisher, and Daredevil. And Gene Bin's most famous record is probably beating Little Spider-Man to death with his bare hands. This is a major event in Marvel's plot. However, at the moment, it was such a crazy man holding a little boy by the hand, standing at the door of the villa with a kind face, and then rang the doorbell. Then he waited quietly. "Father, is Sue Uncle really back?" At this moment, the little boy who was held by Gene Bing suddenly asked. This little boy is none other than Gene Bing's son Richard. In the original plot, Richard should have died in an assassination. Since then, Gene Bing's temperament has changed drastically, and he has become the underworld emperor who makes the whole New York fear. But because of the appearance of Suku, Richard survived. Although Gene Bin is still brutal, it is not as exaggerated as in the original plot. Apparently, Richard changed Kim, and definitely, it doesn't really matter. Yes, Richard, you'll see him soon. At this moment, Gene Bin suddenly squatted down and said to his son gently, perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Gene Bin is a cruel and cold-blooded guy. But in the eyes of his family, Gene Bin has always been a kind person. At this moment, the door was opened, and then a figure suddenly appeared at the door. But with just one glance, Gene Bing frowned, because he didn't know the girl in front of him. That's right, it was none other than Wanda, who opened the door. "Who are you?" Kim asked. Before Wanda could speak, a figure suddenly appeared at the window on the second floor. "It is Suku. Is it Gene Bin? Richard is here too. Come in." Suku greeted from afar. When Gene Bing heard this, he immediately didn't care who the girl in front of him was, and just thought it was the woman brought back by Suku. Nodding to Wanda, Gene then walked in with Richard. At the same time, Suku just came down from the second floor. "Sue Uncle." The moment he saw Suku, Richard broke free from Gene Bin's hand, and then rushed towards Suku, directly into Suku's arms. "Hello, Richard." Suku smiled slightly, and then hugged Richard. Gene Bin smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, since you left last time, this kid has been clamoring to see you. I'm really sorry. I made you laugh." "Fine," Suku said with a smile. In fact, when Suku saw Richard, Richard was already close to death, almost the same as the previous Batman. It was Suku who used the power of Black Aura to save Richard's life. So Richard was also influenced by Black Aura, and as a demon, Suku is the representative of Black Aura, so Richard naturally liked Suku very much. At the same time, seeing a guest coming, Wanda returned to the room consciously. After Wanda left, Gene Bin smiled and said, "What? Is this your woman?" "No." Suku shook his head. "It's the girl who accidentally rescued yesterday. He also has a younger brother. I plan to let them live here." Gene doesn't have any opinion on this. After all, he gave this villa to Suku, As long as Suku is willing, he doesn't care whoever lives in it. By the way, how did you think about the matter I mentioned earlier? At this moment, Jinbin suddenly asked. When Suku heard this, he immediately laughed helplessly, because there's no need to think about it. He also knows that Jinbin is talking about settling in Yoyue. But to be honest, Suku really has no interest in this. He lives well in Gotham. Why did he move to New York City? Although New York's Hell's Kitchen is also an extremely chaotic place, it is much worse than Gotham, after all. So Suku is not planning to move from Gotham to New York. But just when he was about to reject Jinbin, he suddenly looked at the room where Wanda lived. In an instant, a thought popped up in Suku's mind. Although he is taken in the Wanda's siblings, according to Suku's understanding, they probably won't live here forever. After all, this really means eating and drinking for free, and the arrogant Wanda will definitely not agree. At that time, Wanda will definitely find ways to get out of here. And if he wants to keep Wanda, then he can only find a sense of belonging for Wanda. As a powerful mutant, joining the X-Men seems to be the best choice. After all, they're all mutants, there is no discrimination or anything. But soon, Suku dismissed the idea, because the Mutant Academy accepts some younger mutants. Those kids have access to a good education there and are very secure in terms of life. But don't forget, both Wanda and Quicksilver are adults, so if they get there, they will definitely not be treated as students. There's a high probability that he will be brainwashed by Professor X and join the X-Men, and then follow Professor X to save the world everywhere. From Suku's point of view, this is definitely a F***G thing, because everyone knows that Professor X's behavior is simply stupid. He tried his best to please humans, but he couldn't bring about the slightest change for mutant. In the end, mutant will still be destroyed by humans. So, Suku didn't plan to let Wanda go to Mutant Academy. That being the case, joining the Avengers seems to be the best choice for Wanda. After all, in Marvel's original plot, Wanda is also an Avenger, but Suku still directly eliminated this option. He didn't want Wanda to be an Avenger, because as a demon, Suku was born to stand against all superheroes. Let Wanda join the Avengers, and then fight against himself one day in the future? Suku definitely won't do this kind of thing. Since neither of these methods work, Suku can only keep Wanda by his side first. Definitely can't take it to Gotham, because Gotham already has Harley and Selena. Those two guys are enough for me to have a headache. Add another Wanda, I can't handle it at all. That being the case, it seems that there's only one way. So, Suku looked directly at Jean and said, "Although I still don't plan to move to New York, I'm very interested in opening a counseling clinic in New York. What do you think?" When he heard the first half of the sentence, Jean was inevitably a little disappointed. But when Jinbin heard the second half of the sentence, his eyes lit up instantly. In the next second, Jinbin said directly, "Tell me, where do you want to open your clinic? No matter where it is, I can do it for you." It's not that Jinbin is bragging. As the emperor of the entire Niuyue underground, Jinbin can do such a thing. Even if Suku wants to open the clinic next to the Stark building, Jinbin can handle it. And the reason why Jean insisted on keeping Suku in Niuyue was because of his family in the final analysis. As a mafia boss, Jinbin's enemies are all over the United States, and those people want Jinbin's life all the time. Although Jean is not afraid of these people, he is worried that these people will hurt his family. When Richard was assassinated before, Jinbin almost went crazy, but fortunately Suku appeared and Richard survived. From that day on, Jinbin has always wanted to keep Suku by his side, but Suku has never agreed. Jean didn't even think about forcing Suku to stay, but he didn't know what happened. Whenever he had this idea in his heart, he would instantly feel an inexplicable fear. His intuition told him that if he really did this, then he would definitely pay a very painful price for it. But now, these are no longer a problem. Although Suku just wanted to open a clinic in U.S. City and didn't intend to live here, but since he opened a clinic here, he must come to see it occasionally, right? That's enough for Kim. In the future, if you or your family suffer any harm, you can get medical treatment in time. And that's why Kim doesn't want Suku to stay in Twist City. To put it bluntly, he was just worried about encountering what happened to Richard before. In his opinion, as long as Suku is around, his family is absolutely safe. Suku naturally knew what Jean Bing was thinking, but to be honest, he didn't really care. After a short thought, Suku finally spoke. I want to open the clinic in Hell's Kitchen. What do you think? Hell's Kitchen? Hearing this, Jean Bin laughed instantly, knowing that Hell's Kitchen is his territory. Suku wants to open a clinic here, which is a piece of cake for him. Even as long as Suku is willing, he can immediately vacate a shop for Suku. The reason why Suku made such a decision naturally has its own reasons. Although Hell's Kitchen is not as chaotic as Gotham, it is also the most chaotic place in the Marvel world, where dragons and snakes are mixed, full of evil and sin. If Suku had to pick one place to live in New York City, it would be Hell's Kitchen, because it's the perfect place for demons. In addition, Hell's Kitchen is Jean Bin's territory, and there are superhero guardians like Daredevil. Hydra dare not come in to catch Wanda and Quicksilver anyway. That is to say, Wanda and Quicksilver are absolutely safe there. Do you have time now? If you have time, I will take you to Hell's Kitchen right away. You can choose a store you like at will. At this moment, Jean suddenly spoke. Obviously, he couldn't wait. But Suku smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. Let's talk about it after I finish dealing with Gotham's affairs. Okay. Contact me anytime after you finish dealing with the matter over there. Jean Bin nodded and said he also felt a little anxious. Immediately afterwards, Suku played with Richard for a while before seeing off the father and son. After Jean Bing left, Suku called out Wanda and Quicksilver again. Suku went straight to the point. I want to open a psychological clinic in New York City, but I lack an assistant. Would you like to be my assistant? Suku looked at Wanda and asked. Wanda, who has telepathy, is simply a natural counselor because she can directly see through the patient's heart so as to give the most accurate treatment plan. However, Wanda was stunned when she heard this. Immediately afterwards, she looked at Suku in disbelief and asked, What do you mean? You're not really a psychiatrist, are you? Suku thought it was a bit funny, but he still explained, What I said before is true, but if you don't believe it, I also have a psychological clinic in Gotham. If I have time, I can take you to see it, but now please answer my question first. Would you like to be my assistant? Definitely, there must be a salary. The monthly salary is $10,000, and it includes food and housing. As soon as these words came out, Wanda's eyes suddenly became a little complicated. Because Suku guessed right before, although Suku promised to let her live here with Quicksilver, but to be honest, Wanda has always been very uncomfortable. Accepting a gift from a stranger for no reason made them feel at a loss. They even discussed it last night, and they will leave here as soon as they are sure it is safe. But now, when Suku suddenly said such words, they couldn't help but hesitate. After all, as far as the current situation is concerned, they really can't find a better place than here. And if you think about it carefully, as long as you agree to Suku, then they won't live for free, but get all of this with their own labor. Thinking of this, Wanda suddenly felt relieved. I promise you. Wanda looked at Suku and said seriously. Suku smiled slightly, and the matter was exactly as he thought. He knew that Wanda would definitely agree. After all, if it can be stabilized, who would want to run for his life? Okay, that's the deal. You guys stay here first, and I'll come and arrange things here after I finish dealing with Gotham's affairs. Suku said again, Wait, did you forget that I'm still there? Let me do something too. At this moment, Quicksilver said suddenly. Like Wanda, he doesn't want to be someone who does nothing. Suku glanced at Quicksilver and said, There is still a lack of a receptionist in the clinic, so you go to be the receptionist and protect your sister by the way. Front desk. Hearing this, Quicksilver was speechless. It's too good for such a powerful super ability user to be assigned to be a receptionist. But when he thought that he didn't seem to have the right to choose at all, he finally agreed. In this way, Suku easily achieved his goal. After arranging Wanda and Quicksilver, Suku turned and went back to the second floor. Harley hadn't woken up when he went downstairs before, but now Harley had woken up, but he was still lying on the wound with a tired look on his face. No way. The demon's ability is too strong, and it's Harley's first time, so she really worked hard last night. Seeing Suku came back, Harley blushed suddenly, and then said, "Boss. Don't call me the boss in the future, just call me by my name." Before Harley could finish speaking, Suku interrupted her directly. Okay. Harley nodded after hearing this. At the same time, I felt sweet rice in my heart for a while. You must know that in the past, she didn't dare to call Suku by his name directly, but now that she's Suku's woman, she can naturally call Suku that way. Suku originally planned to return to Gotham after Harley woke up, but seeing Harley's appearance, he knew that he would not be able to go back today. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Harley and said, "If you're tired, take a rest. I'll take you out for fun in the afternoon, and we'll go back to Gotham tomorrow." Harley's eyes lit up when she heard this, because she hadn't visited New York City yet. In this way, Suku finally disrupted the previous plan and did not return to Gotham today, but spent a good day with Harry. It was not until early the next morning that Suku took Harley back to Gotham, and when they returned to Gotham, it was already noon. The two found a restaurant at random, packed another lunch for Selena, and then returned to the clinic. However, when she saw Suku and Harley, Selena immediately exploded. She looked at Suku angrily and said, "Boss, you don't keep your promise. You came back yesterday after you made an agreement. Why didn't you come back yesterday? Do you know that I waited for you in the store for a day yesterday, during which several patients came, and I couldn't treat them, so I had to drive them out?" Facing Selena's questioning, Suku touched his chin in embarrassment, because this matter was indeed his fault. "Sorry, I encountered some emergencies yesterday, so I didn't have time to come back." That's all Suku could say. "Emergency? What emergency?" Selena asked reluctantly. But before Suku could answer, Selena suddenly saw that Harley's expression was a little strange. "Harley, what's wrong with you?" Selena asked curiously. "No, nothing." Harley smiled awkwardly, then trotted back to his office. Selena looked puzzled. "Then what? We brought you lunch. You should hurry up and eat." In order to avoid more embarrassing things from happening, Suku hastily slipped away too. In the afternoon, several patients came to the door one after another, but they were all ordinary customers, so Suku handed over to Harley to deal with. Definitely he himself was not idle, and received several criminals who were seriously injured by Batman. These guys could not help cursing Batman while lying on the operating table, howling in pain. Obviously, Batman is getting crazier these days. But Suku didn't care at all. After seeing off the last guest, Suku lay bored in his office again. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and opened the system page. At the moment, a number suddenly appeared in the upper left corner of the system page, 2. Suku knew that this meant that he still had 2 chances to draw the lottery. "Anyway, I have nothing to do now. Why not just try to draw a lottery? What if I can get something good?" Thinking of this, Suku immediately shouted in his heart, "System, I want to draw a lottery." Ding! The lottery is being drawn. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery, a piece of kelp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the natural devil fruit from the world of One Piece, dark fruit. Originally, when Suku heard that he got a piece of kelp in the first lottery draw, Suku wanted to complain, but unexpectedly, the system gave him a surprise in the next second. He actually got the devil fruit in the world of One Piece. It is also one of the strongest devil fruits. Natural department, dark fruit. For Suku, this is definitely something to be happy about, because the ability of the dark fruit matches his ability very well. The dark fruit has infinite gravity and space like a black hole from which even light cannot escape. It can suck in everything that comes into contact with darkness, and compress and shatter it with infinite power. With such an ability, plus the original power of being a moon demon, there is no doubt that Suku's power should be further improved. In Suku's view, the ability of dark fruit is tailor-made for him. So how could he not be happy? In the next second, in Suku's excited eyes, a devil fruit with a unique shape appeared in front of him, and it was the dark fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Suku picked up the dark fruit and took a bite. Knowing that the taste of devil fruit is extremely unpalatable, he ate it without even chewing it. As for the remaining devil fruits, he ruthlessly threw them into the dustbin. Anyway, according to the description, this stuff only needs to be eaten in one bite. Sure enough, in the next second, Suku felt a special power in his body. This kind of power seems to be able to swallow everything in the world, and it can actually integrate with its original power. Simply perfect. But suddenly at this moment, Suku suddenly thought of another question. That is, it seems that devil fruit ability users are afraid of seawater, right? I don't know if the devil fruit rewarded by the system has this shortcoming. If so, it will be a bit troublesome. After all, as a moon demon, he didn't have any shortcomings. If he had a defect because of a devil fruit, it would be a bit F*** it up. As if sensing his worry, the system sound rang again. Ding. Please rest assured, the host, but everything the host gets from the system is the most perfect thing, without any shortcomings. That is to say, he simply obtained the ability of devil fruit without the disadvantage of devil fruit. This is definitely good news for Suku. At this moment, Suku suddenly saw the system points again. Every time he completed a task before, the system would give him corresponding system points, but Suku never used these points. Because all along, he just wanted to survive in this world, and he didn't think about what to do. In addition, his original strength was strong enough, so he didn't think about buying anything. But now he suddenly had an idea. Although the things in the system store are useless to me, maybe there are some things that can make Harley and Selena stronger. After all, this is Gotham, and it doesn't seem like a bad thing for them to have power. At least they can protect themselves if they encounter any danger. Thinking of this, Suku immediately opened the system mall. After some searching, Suku quickly found what he wanted. Super Soldier Serum and Compound 5. Needless to say, the Super Soldier Serum, this thing is relatively tasteless, and Suku doesn't care. It was Compound number 5 that really interested Suku, because he didn't expect such a thing to exist in the system store. To be honest, if it was up to Suku, Suku would definitely let Harley and Selena choose the Super Soldier Serum. Although the Super Soldier Serum will not bring any super ability, it will only greatly improve people's physical fitness and gain the strength of Captain America. But he is better than stability. Compound number 5 is different. Although he can give people various super abilities, the super abilities obtained are completely random. It is very likely that people will get some very tasteless abilities. Definitely, if you are very lucky, you may also get some abilities that are more against the sky, and you may even have the chance to get the same ability as Homelander. However, the chances of this are extremely small. Suku hesitated for a while, and ended up buying a bottle of Super Soldier Serum and a bottle of Compound 5. He decides to hand the choice to Harley and Selena. It happened that at this time, it was already very late and there were no customers, so Suku called Harley and Selena directly to the office. When I saw Suku, Harley couldn't help but laugh, and Selena, who was watching aside, looked puzzled because she really didn't understand what happened. Poor Selena still doesn't know that these two guys in front of her are already together behind her back. Cough, cough, cough. In order to avoid embarrassment, Suku hastily coughed a few times and then said seriously, I called you two here this time because I have something to tell you. I plan to open another psychological clinic in New York City, but you can rest assured that I will still be in Gotham most of the time. But considering that you may not be able to cope with some things when I'm always away, I have prepared some things for you. Suku said, and put the Super Soldier Serum and Compound number 5 on the table. What is this? Looking at the two medicine-like things in front of them, Selena and Harley were instantly curious. Suku patiently explained, these two bottles of medicine, one of which is Super Soldier Serum. After drinking it, you can get the strength comparable to the Captain of the United States, and the other bottle is Compound number 5, which can make people get a super ability. However, this kind of super ability is completely random, and I can't guarantee what kind of super ability you will get after drinking it. It is possible to get a particularly weak ability, but it is also possible to get a very powerful ability. In short, everything is random. Now you two choose one. A friendly reminder to you, I actually recommend that you choose the Super Soldier Serum. Although the power he brings is not very strong, it can definitely give you the ability to protect yourself. Even when you meet Batman, you can beat him up. However, after listening to Suku's words, Harley and Selena looked at Suku in a daze. Obviously, this kind of thing is really unbelievable for them. But soon, Selena still reacted. After all, unlike Harley, Selena had seen Suku show his strength, and she knew that Suku was not joking. Just to confirm again, Selena still looked at Suku seriously, and then asked, "Boss, are you serious?" Suku smiled slightly. "Do you think I'm joking?" Now, Selena can finally be sure that Suku is not joking. After looking back and forth between the two potions on the table, Selena finally chose compound number 5. Think carefully. The super ability brought by compound number 5 is completely random, and I can't be sure what power you will get. Suku reminded from the side. However, upon hearing this, Selena smiled slightly. "I'm willing to gamble." As a Catwoman in the DC universe, she always likes to take risks, such as the current situation. He is betting that he will get a super ability that suits him. Hearing this, Suku stopped persuading, but reminded, "If this is the case, let's start. As long as you drink the potion in your hand, you can get the super ability." "Selena, think about it. This is not a joke." Harley on the side couldn't help persuading. At the moment, Harley had already believed what Suku said before, but she was still a little worried about Selena. "Don't worry, Harley, trust me." After saying this with a smile, Selena immediately drank the number 5 compound in her hand. As the medicine began to flow into every part of her body, Selena soon noticed the changes in her body. "I can feel that there's really some power in my body," Selena murmured. Immediately after the next second, a strange thing happened. I saw that Selena's lower body began to become brighter, and not only the body became brighter, but also the clothes on her body became brighter. Immediately afterwards, Selena disappeared directly in front of Suku and Harley. "What's the situation?" Harley was stunned instantly. The scene just now shocked her to the extreme. Selena disappeared out of thin air. Only Suku looked thoughtful, because he already guessed that Selena seems to have obtained the power of the Invisible Man in the Super 7. And obviously, the power Selena got is stronger. After all, invisible people can't make their clothes invisible. "Selena, where are you?" Suddenly at this moment, Harley yelled. The next second, Selena's strange voice sounded. "Harley, I'm over here. What are you looking at?" Apparently, Selena hasn't figured out that she's got the super ability. Harley didn't explain, but directly took out a mirror and handed it to Selena, who couldn't see it. Selena took the mirror curiously, and after just one glance, she was taken aback. What's wrong with me?" Selena said in a daze, and his figure appeared again in the next second. Suku smiled and said, "Congratulations, Selena. It seems that you have obtained the invisible super ability." When Selena heard this, she was instantly ecstatic. After all, as a professional thief, this ability is really suitable for him. If he goes to steal things in the future, he doesn't have to worry about being discovered. This super ability is almost tailor-made for him. Immediately afterwards, Selena continued to study the super ability she had just obtained. And Suku looked at Harley. "It's your choice now, Harley." If Harley had some doubts about this before, then when he saw Selena's changes, Harley no longer had the slightest doubt in his heart. Although I don't know where Suku got this potion, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. However, just when Harley was about to make her own choice, she suddenly froze. Because at the moment, there is only Super Soldier Serum left on the table in front of me. That is to say, she has no choice at all. In the next second, Harley looked at Suku suddenly with some resentment in his eyes. And Suku instantly understood what Harley meant. So, in the next second, a bottle of compound number 5 appeared in front of Harley. This is what Suku just bought from the system store. Harley reached out to take compound number 5, and his expression became a little nervous, because she didn't know if she would get as powerful a super ability as Selena. Originally, choosing the Super Soldier Serum was the safest way, but when seeing Selena got such a super ability, Harley suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure in his heart. She felt that she could not lose to Selena, otherwise Selena would be by Suku's side in the future. Immediately afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, Harley directly drank the number 5 compound in his hand. When seeing this, Selena on the side also stopped studying her super ability, but watched the changes in Harley nervously, because she also wondered what kind of ability Harley would get. But this time the situation seems a bit special, because Harley's body hasn't changed at all. What happened? Selena looked at Suku with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why the same potion didn't work for Harley. Suku was also a little speechless. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Generally speaking, after taking compound number 5, you will get a kind of super ability. But why didn't Harley? At the same time, Harley didn't seem to feel any changes in her body. She said, in frustration, "It seems that my luck is bad. I didn't get any abilities." At the moment, Harley felt extremely uncomfortable. Selena stood aside and wanted to comfort Harley, but worried that her ability would make Harley even more sad, and she didn't know what to do for a while. At this moment, Suku suddenly noticed something and then looked at Harry thoughtfully. Although Harley's appearance remained unchanged, the demon's intuition told Suku that there was a force awakening within Harley. But to confirm, Suku still asked in his heart, "System, can you tell me what kind of super ability Harley has obtained?" In the next second, the system replied Suku. When Suku heard the system's answer, a flash of surprise flashed across Suku's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Suku looked at Harley again. "Harley." Suku called Harley's name and asked, "Do you believe me?" Although he didn't know why Suku would ask such a question, Harley still nodded. Definitely. With what happened to the contract before, Harley naturally had absolute trust in Suku. Very good. Suku nodded, then opened a side drawer and took out a pistol. Don't get me wrong, this gun doesn't belong to Suku, but it was given to him by the previous owner of this store when Suku was in this store. This is Gotham after all, and he thinks Suku needs a weapon. But obviously, he thought too much. With Suku's strength, there is no need for such a thing at all. All these guns have been eating ashes in the drawer for a long time. Until now, Suku decided to use this gun to test Harley's super ability. But when they saw Suku took out a gun, Harley and Selena were stunned. "Boss, what do you want to do?" Selena asked nervously. Suku ignored Selena, but looked at Harley again. Immediately afterwards, under Harley's puzzled eyes, Suku directly pulled the trigger on Harley. At this moment, Selena was going crazy. What's the situation? Suku actually killed Harley? "Boss, you are crazy." The next second, Selena shouted loudly. She never thought that Suku would do such a thing. But just as she was about to rush over to check Harley's injuries, she found that Suku's gun was pointed at her. "Sorry, I almost forgot about you." After saying this, Suku pulled the trigger again. At this moment, Selena was completely stunned. She never imagined that Suku would treat herself like this. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a bullet hit her in an instant. Selena's mind went blank for an instant. She couldn't figure out what was going on with all this. Suku obviously wanted to give them super abilities just now. Why did she want to kill them in the next second? But at the moment, it seems that none of this matters because she is going to die soon. For a moment, Selena closed her eyes in despair. Boom! Feeling the bullet hit her shoulder, Selena felt even more desperate, but she didn't realize that the moment the bullet hit her again, it bounced off. Snapped. But then there was another sound. This time, Selena suddenly noticed something was wrong. It was obviously just a bullet. Why did it make 3 bursts of sound? And the last voice is so weird. Like the holy sound of a vase being shattered. Also, wasn't he hit by a bullet? Why doesn't it hurt at all? Slowly opening her eyes, Selena saw that Suku suddenly walked to the corner without knowing when, holding a broken vase in his hand. "This is an antique. It's very expensive, and I'll deduct your salary," Suku said with some distress. "What's the situation?" Selena was dumbfounded, unable to figure out what was going on. The next second, she suddenly thought of something again and then hurriedly checked her shoulder. I saw that although the clothes on her shoulders were slightly torn, she herself was not hurt at all. Looking at the broken vase not far away, Selena suddenly had a bold hypothesis. Could it be that after Suku's bullet hit him just now, it was actually bounced off and smashed the vase? But this is too unbelievable, right? Selena. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. It was Harley's voice. Hearing Harley speak, Selena didn't bother to worry about what happened just now and rushed over to check Harley's wounds. In the next second, she froze because she saw Harley suddenly spread his palm and in the center of the palm was a bullet that had been shape-shifted. "I just seemed to catch a bullet," Harley said with a look of disbelief. Selena didn't speak, but suddenly looked up at Suku, and then Harley also looked at Suku. They have already realized that the reason why Suku did that just now was to test their super ability. "Congratulations, your bodies are bulletproof." Suku laughed. Harley and Selena didn't know whether to cry or laugh when they heard this. Although they are very happy to have such abilities, isn't Suku's method of testing too violent? You know, they really wanted to kill them because of Suku just now. "Boss, you are such a B asterisk 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 D. Can't you tell us in advance about this kind of thing? I really thought you were going to kill us just now," Selena said angrily. Harley didn't say anything, but looked excited because it was obvious that she got the super ability as she wished. "I can't help it. If I told you in advance that your body can prevent eggs, and then I want to try shooting, would you be willing?" Suku smiled. Selena was speechless for a while, because to be honest, she would definitely not be willing. So, she seems to have to thank Suku for shooting herself just now. There seems to be nothing wrong, but there is always something wrong. Immediately afterwards, Suku helped Harley test her other abilities. Sure enough, similar to what Suku thought, the bulletproof body is only the most basic ability. In addition, Harley also has super strength and super defense, as well as super speed. Apart from not being able to hide, Harley beats Selena's super ability in almost every aspect. This is actually a very normal thing, because what Harley got was Queen Maeve's ability, right? It is Queen Maeve, known as the low-profile version of Wonder Woman in the Super 7. And that's why Suku shot Harley directly. After all, Queen Maeve's ability was not built. After a little familiarity with their respective abilities, Selena and Harley suddenly looked at Suku in a different way. Although Selena knew early on that Suku's identity was not simple, and she also possessed special powers. But she never thought that Suku not only has super soldier serum that can turn humans into super soldiers. There's even Compound 5 that can turn humans into superhumans. This simply made her unbelievable. As for Harley, I'm even more curious. Immediately afterwards, Selena suddenly thought of something again and asked, "Boss, you should have used Compound number 5, right? Then what kind of super ability did you get? Did your previous strength come from this potion?" In Selena's opinion, since Suku is willing to give them this potion, Suku must have drunk Compound number 5 long ago, and also got super ability. Harley at the side became even more curious when she heard this, because to be honest, she had never seen Suku show her strength. But when hearing this, Suku shook his head. "My strength does not come from anything else, but from me originally, and you will know later." Selena and Harley were speechless when they heard this, but soon they fell into the joy of getting the super ability. Time passed quickly, and it was night in a blink of an eye. After Suku washed up briefly, he was ready to go back to the Wound and rest. He planned to go to New York tomorrow to find Kim and talk about the psychological clinic. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, a knock on the door suddenly rang. When I opened the door, it was none other than Harley. "How did you come?" Suku asked with a smile. Harley said as he walked into the room. Selena said at night that she wanted to find a place to try her super ability, so she left me at home alone. "But I can't sleep alone, so I came to you." When Suku heard this, he was instantly speechless, because he knew that Selena's so-called trying super abilities should be to steal things. It seems that tonight, a certain rich man in Gotham City will suffer again. Definitely, it has nothing to do with Suku and Harley. With the previous things, there is no need to say redundant words. The two looked at each other, and there was another battle in an instant. Considering that Harley is just an ordinary human being, Suku didn't dare to go too far. But now, Harley has obtained Queen Maeve's ability, and her physical fitness has been strengthened like never before. So, Suku naturally has nothing to worry about. After tossing, the two lay on the wound, and Suku said while enchanting Harley's hair, "I'm going to New York tomorrow, and I'll leave Gotham to you and Selena. Please feel free to contact me if you have any trouble." Definitely, I promise, I'll be back soon. Although he was very reluctant to let Suku leave, Harley still nodded obediently. The next morning, after having breakfast with Harley, Suku drove to Hell's Kitchen in New York. Sure enough, it was almost as imagined. Although Hell's Kitchen was not as chaotic as Gotham, it was not much worse. In less than 10 minutes, Suku saw 2 robberies and 1 shooting. Smelling the chaos in the air, Suku, who is a demon, is very satisfied. Soon, Suku came to Jean Bin's lair. This place is located in the deepest part of Hell's Kitchen, and the surrounding streets are firmly controlled by Jean Bin. Usually, no one dares to approach this place. Even those superheroes who are enemies with Jean will not come to this area rashly. Because I called Jean Bin before, Jean Bin was waiting for Suku early in the morning. After greeting Jean Bin's family, Suku followed Jean Bin to Jean Bin's office. Jean was not polite and directly took out a few documents and then handed them to Suku. Suku took a look and found that these were some introduction materials about houses, and all the addresses were Hell's Kitchen. These are all good locations in my opinion. You can pick any one. Definitely, if you don't like it, I can find other places for you. In short, I will definitely satisfy you. Kim smiled. Suku didn't speak, but looked at Jean Bin curiously, or more precisely, looked at Jean Bin's neck. Although Jean Bin had deliberately covered his neck with his collar, Suku still found the wound on Jean Bin's neck. Obviously, Kim was injured. What happened to your neck? Suku asked curiously. He could tell at a glance that the wound on Jean Bin's neck was burned by flames. But as far as he knows, Jean Bin's enemies are nothing more than Spider-Man, Daredevil, Punisher, and the like. These guys shouldn't be able to do such damage to Jean Bin, right? Hearing this, Jean Bin first touched the wound on his neck and then said indifferently, "It's nothing, I just had a little conflict with the Fantastic Four before, and I accidentally got hurt." Fantastic Four? Suku suddenly realized, he suddenly remembered that it seems that the Fantastic Four are also one of Jean Bin's enemies. But having said that, Jean Bin is probably the only one who dares to do so with a mortal body against 4 superpowers. For Suku, all the villains are creating chaos. Because of their existence, the power of Black Aura will become stronger. And this is why Suku chose to help Jean Bin in the first place. He is willing to help all the villains, because only in this way, Black Aura will be stronger. And as long as Black Aura becomes stronger, so will the demons. So at the moment, Suku felt that he should do something. In the next second, Suku's heart moved, and the super soldier serum that Harley and Selena disliked before suddenly appeared in Suku's hands. But this is not enough. As a result, the Black Aura, which belongs to the devil alone, began to be mixed into the super soldier serum from Suku. In an instant, the light blue potion completely turned into a pitch black potion, just like black poison. The super soldier serum, transformed by Black Aura, will give people stronger strength and endurance, and also have super self-healing ability. Definitely, it will also completely change people's mind, making people even crazier. But that's exactly what Suku wants. Drink it. Suku directly handed the transformed super soldier serum to Jean Bin. Jean Bin was slightly taken aback and did not pick up the potion in Suku's hand, because in his opinion, the black potion was too weird. It's like a tube of poison. This is a gift that can make you stronger. If you refuse, then you will definitely regret it, Suku said slowly. Hearing this, Jean Bin's eyes instantly changed. Immediately afterwards, he reached out and took the medicine in Suku's hand. Although we haven't known Suku for a long time, since Suku rescued his son Richard, Jean Bin has believed in Suku without reservation. He felt that Suku would not hurt him. So after a few seconds of hesitation, Jean Bin still drank the black potion in his hand. In the next second, a strange feeling suddenly rose in Jean Bin's heart. Although the appearance didn't seem to change much, Jean Bin felt that his strength had increased several times. Picking up the metal ornament on the table, with a little force, the metal ornament instantly turned into a pile of scrap iron. Immediately afterwards, the wound on the neck suddenly felt a little frightened. Jean Bin walked quickly to the mirror and then saw that the wound on his neck was recovering at a speed that could be seen by meat rocks. In just a few seconds, the terrible burns from before were completely healed. What a wonderful power! Jean Bing stood in front of the mirror, touching the wound on his neck that had long since disappeared with a sigh. He suddenly felt that the choice just now was really wise. If he rejected Suku at that time, it would be equivalent to rejecting such power. I'm curious, who are you? Jean turned around and looked at Suku. Although he knew that Suku's identity was not just a psychiatrist early on, but this time the incident far surpassed his cognition. I said this question a long time ago. I'm just a psychiatrist. Suku smiled slightly and then handed a document to Jean Bing. That's all. Help me get it done as soon as possible. Although he was still full of doubts, when he thought that Suku not only saved his son's life, but even gave him such powerful power, Jean Bing immediately didn't care much. He took a look at the documents, then nodded and said, "Give me 2 days. I promise you can open the business smoothly in 2 days." After discussing about the store, Suku left immediately. As for Jean Bing, he is already thinking about going to that unlucky ghost tonight to try his new power. Leaving Hell's Kitchen, Suku went straight to the villa where Wanda and Quicksilver lived. He doesn't plan to go back to Gotham these days. He will stay in New York for a few days first. Because of the previous conversation, Wanda and Quicksilver finally gave up the idea of leaving, but lived here with peace of mind. When Suku came over, he even saw Wanda cooking. "Do you want something to eat?" Seeing Suku, Wanda greeted her warmly. No way, when she promised Suku would be his assistant. Suku had already become her boss. And as an employee, it is also necessary to care about the boss. Although Suku at the moment was not hungry, she finally nodded when she thought that this was Wanda's cooking. So, a few minutes later, Suku sat down with Wanda and Quicksilver and had lunch together. Wanda serves a standard American lunch, a fried steak with a sandwich and a glass of juice. When I was in Gotham, Suku mostly ate Huxiao food, but now it's time for a change. After cutting off a piece of steak and putting it in the import, Suku said, "I've already chosen the location of the psychological clinic. It's in Hell's Kitchen. It should be ready to open in 2 days at most." Hell's Kitchen? Wanda seemed a little surprised when she heard this. Immediately afterwards, she couldn't help asking, "Why did you choose that place? As far as I know, that place should be the most chaotic place in the whole New York, right?" "That's right." Suku nodded. Hell's Kitchen is the messiest place in New York, but for me it's the best place because my clients are generally not nice people. Forehead. When Wanda heard this, she didn't know what to say for a while. She suddenly felt that she seemed to be on a thief ship. Suddenly at this moment, a piece of news was broadcast on the TV. Report from the script station. A demon named Holy Master suddenly appeared in the city of New York, causing great panic. Although SHIELD arrived in time, it still couldn't stop the demon from destroying. We don't know exactly where this demon came from, but his destructive power is beyond doubt. The latest news, Iron Man Tony Stark is on his way. I wonder if he can stop this demon. Immediately afterwards, a screen appeared. Impressively, it is the Holy Master who is making a big fuss in New York City. When seeing this scene, Suku was a little speechless. He originally thought that it would be rare for the Holy Master to regain his freedom, so he would definitely keep a low profile, but who would have thought of it? The Lord is actually making a big fuss in New York City, and it's even on the news. Is this guy worried that Dad, an Ancient One magician, won't find him? It's hell. Suku shook his head and ignored it. But this scene caught Wanda's attention. I didn't expect that there are really demons in this world, Wanda said with a look of emotion. Hearing this, Suku just smiled and didn't say anything. If Wanda knew that the person sitting next to her was a demon, what expression would she have? While Suku was eating with the Wanda siblings, SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury was staring at the picture on the screen with pain on his face. And what is displayed on the screen is a dragon-shaped creature that only exists in legends. Definitely, he also has a name. Demon of Fire, Holy Lord. Just by the name, you can tell that this guy must be very difficult to deal with. But Nick couldn't figure out, how could there be such a monster in the world? Definitely, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. After discovering the Lord, as SHIELD acted quickly. Nick first sent a team of agents, but unexpectedly, the demon who claimed to be the Holy Lord killed all the agents in a flash. Nick realized the seriousness of the matter, and then he was going to contact Tony, asking Tony to help deal with this matter. As a result, Tony had already set off before he could contact him. Counting the time, it's almost time to hand over to the Holy Master. Nick took out a walkie-talkie, and after hesitation for a while, he asked, "Tony, how's the situation over there?" Soon, a voice rang out. "To be honest, it's not that good. It's also my first time dealing with demons, but don't worry, I've contacted professionals, and they should be here soon." It was none other than Tony Stark who was fighting the Holy Lord. Although he knew about the existence of the Holy Master long ago, he even almost got a spell from the Holy Master. But to be honest, Tony really didn't expect to meet this legendary demon in New York City. At the same time, Tony also guessed at this moment, the spell that I almost got before should be in the hands of the Holy Master now. Otherwise, the current Holy Master should still be just a coiling dragon statue. "Hello, Holy Master. You seem to have taken my things. It took me a whole 100 million to take pictures of that rat charm. If possible, I hope you can return it to me." While attacking the Lord, Tony couldn't help but tease him. The Lord casually grabbed the car next to him and threw it at Tony, then sneered, "You humble human, my spell is not something you can get your hands on." "Really? If you say that, then I'm even more interested." Tony sideways avoided the Holy Lord's attack, and then teased the Holy Lord again. Sure enough, the Lord was enraged again, and more cars smashed towards Tony. Tony dodged one by one again, and then hurriedly got JRVS to call a number. After the call was connected, Tony couldn't help urging, "I said, Dad, when are you coming? I might not be able to hold on after a while." In the next second, an old man's voice sounded. "Don't rush. Dad will be here soon. Do you think demons can be sealed easily? Dad needs to prepare a lot of things." The person who spoke was none other than the father in Chunlong's adventures. At the moment, Dad is rushing here on a plane from District 13, and Xiaoyu and Chunlong are also here. As for why Tony knew Papa and the others, it was naturally because the book about demons was bought from Papa's store. Also because of this relationship, Tony learned a lot about demons from his father. So, after knowing that the Holy Lord was really resurrected and appeared in Nuyo, Tony immediately contacted Dad. Then, the 13th District also took action, sending a plane to send Dad and the others to New York and prepare to seal the Lord. After all, in the eyes of everyone, hell is the only destination for a devil like the Lord. And before Dad and the others arrived here, Tony could only think of a way to delay the Lord. After all, according to the old man, demons are immortal, and only the seal can completely defeat the demons. But if you think that the Holy Master is violent in front of everyone for no reason, then you are wrong. Because at the moment, although the Holy Lord is making a big fuss in New York City, at a place 1 kilometer away from here, Walloon and the others are cracking the password of a vault. That's right. Not only Tony is stalling for time, even the Lord is stalling for time. Or to be more precise, the reason why the Holy Master chose to make a fuss here was entirely to buy time for Valen and the others. It turned out that as early as yesterday, the Lord discovered that a spell had appeared in an underground vault in Nuyo. But according to Valen's understanding, the security measures in that vault are too tight, and the vault is buried deep underground. Even the Holy Master can't force it open. And once discovered, the police will arrive at the scene within 5 minutes. At that time, everything will fall short. The Holy Master was very disdainful at first, but still wanted to take back his spell by force. But at this time, Valen suddenly thought of an idea. If the Lord can make a scene in New York City and attract everyone's attention, then there will be enough time for them to crack the vault and get the spell. Although the Holy Master felt that it was unnecessary to do so, he had to admit that this was the safest way. Ever since, the Holy Master also agreed to this Wallong's attention. And then, here's the scene right now. Suddenly at this moment, several figures appeared not far away. One of them was an old man, a little girl, and a grown man. With just one glance, the Holy Master noticed the powerful magical aura emanating from the old man. Obviously, the old man is a magician. Ghosts, goblins, go away. Goblins, goblins, go away. Goblins, goblins. As the figure of the old man got closer, spells suddenly exploded in the ears of the Holy Master. At this moment, Holy Master's face finally became ugly, because he knew that the old man not far away was not only a magician, but also a magician who mastered sealing magic. Damn it, I didn't expect that there are still people in this world who can use sealing magic. The Holy Master hated his teeth so much, but there was nothing he could do. But suddenly at this moment, not far away, several familiar figures were rushing towards him. It was Valen and the others. Holy Lord, we got it. This time it's the chicken charm. Wallen yelled loudly. He was holding a spell in his hand. It was a chicken spell. It really succeeded? Seeing this scene, Holy Master felt ecstasy instantly, and at the same time couldn't help giving Walong a high look. Then the Lord shouted, Valen, give me the spell. Upon hearing this, Valen threw the spell in his hand at the Holy Master without any hesitation. Oops, got it. It turns out that the real goal of the Holy Lord is the spell. The reason for making such a big fuss about Button was just to delay time. When seeing this scene, Tony understood everything in an instant. He rushed forward to grab the talisman, but it was still a step too late. I saw the Holy Master jumped up suddenly and then grabbed the chicken spell. Immediately afterwards, the chicken charm instantly merged into the body of the Holy Master. Sensing the power in his body, Holy Master burst out laughing instantly. Ha ha, stupid human beings. You can't stop me. When we meet next time, I will definitely kill you. After the harsh words, the Holy Master flew directly to Valen and the others. As soon as the tail rolled, it rolled up Walong and the others, and then flew up no matter how Walong and the others wailed. The chicken charm gave the Lord the ability of flight, so he quickly disappeared into the distance. Seeing the Holy Master escape, the old man immediately looked annoyed. But he has no choice because the sealing spell has strong limitations, and it must be close to the Holy Master. And now that the Holy Master has escaped, he can't continue to seal it at all. Tony also looked helpless. You must know that he can't beat the Holy Master who has one spell. Not to mention the current Holy Master has got 2 spells. Even if he catches up with the Holy Lord, he is no match for the Holy Lord at all. Ever since they could only watch the Holy Master leave. Tony came in front of his father and said helplessly, Father, if you had come earlier, maybe we could really kill the Holy Master. It's not killing, the old man corrected. It's a seal. Demons cannot be killed. They can only be sealed. After saying this, the old man suddenly had another headache because he didn't expect the Holy Master to be resurrected. Forget it, Dad. Don't be too disappointed. The Holy Master is obviously looking for his 12 spells now. As long as we can find the remaining spells before the Holy Master, we can stop the Holy Master. Chun Long at the side hurriedly comforted him. That's right, Father. Next time we will definitely defeat the Holy Master. And aren't the pig and dog charms in the 13th district? The Holy Master must not be able to get these 2 charms. Xiaoyu also said on the side, etc. Pig spells and dog spells. When Tony on the side heard this, he immediately regained his energy, because he never thought that there are actually 2 charms in District 13. Although I don't know what the functions of these 2 charms are, it is obvious that the Holy Master will find a way to get these 2 charms. And to be honest, Tony is also full of interest in the power of spells. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 100 million to buy rat spells before. Ever since, Tony said directly, Father, if possible, can you contact the boss of District 13 for me? I want to discuss with him and lend me the 2 charms to study. I disagree. Before Dad could speak, a man's voice suddenly came from not far away. Tony looked back and saw a bald man walking towards them. Another bald head? When I saw the bald head in front of me, I didn't know what was going on, but I immediately thought of Nick. Jackie Chan introduced from the side. Tony, this is Inspector Lake from District 13. He is the boss of District 13, and District 13 is managed by him. Hearing this, Tony knew that the manager was here, So he walked over to Blake and said, "Inspector Blake, you should know that with the power of the Holy Lord, it is easy to break through the 13th district. It is not safe to put the spell in the 13th district. So I suggest you give me the spell. Definitely, I promise to put the spell in SHIELD for safekeeping. Spells are absolutely safe in SHIELD. However, when Blake heard this, he became angry instantly, because what Tony meant by saying this was not only looking down on him, but also looking down on the entire District 13. That's right, the 13th District is not as rich and powerful as SHIELD, but it is still an official organization. So how can Tony slander it so much? But considering Tony's status, Lake was not easy to get angry, but coldly refused. "I don't agree. Don't talk about this matter in the future." But Tony didn't intend to give up. Just as he was about to say something, Nick's voice suddenly came from the intercom. "Tony, bring all the guests to SHIELD. The matter of the Holy Lord is no longer something that one person or an organization can handle. We must combine all our strengths to deal with the Lord, and SHIELD will provide you with all the help." When Blake heard this, he was immediately upset, because he thinks he can handle the affairs of the Holy Lord well. It's just obvious that Blake is definitely overconfident, because in the original plot of Chun-Long's adventures, the Lord has broken through the 13th district more than once. Even Jade can easily invade Area 13. Although Blake didn't care much about Nick's words, Dad seemed very interested. Then Dad said, "Holy Master is an ancient demon with great power and even ruled the entire world thousands of years ago. His power is far beyond our imagination. If we want to defeat the Holy Lord, we must unite. And don't forget, the Lord is not the only demon in this world. If the Lord can escape from hell, then other demons may also escape from hell. So we need to be prepared for everything." The implication of these words is that I plan to go to SHIELD for a trip. After hearing this, Blake couldn't say anything. "Oi, we're going to SHIELD. When Xiaoyu heard this, she immediately shouted happily. You must know that although she often goes to District 13 with Chun-Long, she has never been a shield. Ever since, everyone took the plane in Area 13 again, and then flew to SHIELD. When they arrived at SHIELD, Nick was already waiting at the door. It is worth mentioning that the current SHIELD has not officially launched the space carrier, so their headquarters is actually an underground base located in New York. It is located in a remote place, and it is very secretive, and ordinary people cannot find it all. "Hello, I'm Nick Fury, Director of SHIELD. Nick introduced himself first, and then the others also introduced themselves. After getting to know each other briefly, Nick brought everyone to the meeting room of SHIELD. "Father, can you tell us what kind of demon the Lord is?" Nick asked straight to the point. The appearance of the Holy Lord really made him feel huge amounts of pressure. He had to know everything about the Holy Lord before he could make a plan to deal with the Holy Lord. After hearing this, the old man slowly talked about the Holy Master and other demons. Immediately afterwards, Nick learned everything about the Lord. The Holy Lord is the fire demon among the 8 great demons. In ancient times, he once ruled the entire Yazhou. He is not only a powerful demon, but also possesses 12 powerful spells, which can bring him 12 different powers. And there is not only the Holy Lord as a demon in this world. The Holy Lord is just one of the 8 great demons. These 8 demons once ruled the 7 continents, oceans, and moons of the earth in ancient times. Each demon has its own territory and dominates the entire world. Each of them has different and powerful supernatural powers, representing fire, sky, moon, lightning, land, mountains, hurricanes, and sea water. The demons rule the whole world and do almost all kinds of evil until the unknown death god appears, which defeats the demons. After defeating the demons, the unknown death god drove them into a different dimension completely isolated from the human world with a powerful force called Demon Hell. Since then, the demons have been completely sealed in hell. But every demon has its own gate of hell, as long as a treasure called Panka Treasure Box is used at a designated location. The demon's gate of hell can be opened and the demon released. But the demons can't escape through the gate of hell at all, because the Panka Treasure Box was left in the world by an unknown death god, and the demons can't touch it at all. I just don't know why, but the Holy Master still escaped. And the appearance of the Holy Lord means that other demons may also appear. When the 8 great demons come to the world will be ruled by demons again. After listening to the old man's narration, Chun Long and the others felt better, because they knew about this kind of thing early on. But Nick and Tony were terrified. One demon is so difficult to deal with. And you tell me there's 7 more demons like this? How is this Nima playing? Although at the moment, Nick had a terrible headache, but as the director of SHIELD, he quickly reacted. Because no matter what, the emergence of demons is already a fact. Instead of getting entangled here, it is better to find a way to deal with the devil. Ever since, he looked at his father and said, "Father, let's not talk about other demons. After all, they should still be in hell. Let's talk about the Holy Lord who appeared in New York City first. According to what you said, the Holy Master should want to get the 12 talismans that belong to him, right?" "That's right." Dad nodded. The 12 talismans are treasures belonging to the Holy Master. Only by obtaining the 12 talismans can the Holy Master's power be restored. So he must get the 12 talismans. So how many spells did the Holy Master get now? Nick asked again. I know. Holy Master has got 2 spells now." Before the old man could speak, Xiaoyu, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. "The Holy Lord got the rat charm and the chicken charm. The rat charm can make the Holy Lord free, and the chicken charm can let the Holy Lord get the flight ability." Dad nodded, indicating that Xiaoyu was right. In addition, there are 2 talismans that have been stored in the 13th area, and they're very safe. No one needs to intervene. At this moment, Boo Lake on the side said. Clearly, Lake was somewhat reluctant to work with S.H.I.E.L.D. But Nick is not angry, because strictly speaking, as the boss of the 13th district, Boo Lake's level is actually similar to him, so he can't hurt Boo Lake. But anyway, Nick finally sort of figured out the spell thing. So he said directly, "So as far as the current situation is concerned, 4 spells have already appeared, 2 of which are in the Holy Master's place, 2 are in District 13, and the remaining 8 are missing, right?" "That's right." Dad nodded, not sure what Nick meant. "Then, our mission is to find the 8 spells that haven't appeared yet. As long as we get 8 spells first, the Holy Lord will not be able to recover his strength, and we can stop the Holy Lord, am I right?" Nick continued, "I know what you said. Do you think we haven't thought about it? But the magician who defeated the Holy Lord scattered the Holy Lord's spells all over the world. After decades of hard work, we only found 2 spells. How can the remaining 8 spells be so easy to find?" Blake spread his hands and said. But when Nick heard this, he suddenly laughed. This may be difficult for others, but for SHIELD, it's not a problem. Because in SHIELD's database, there are thousands of years of historical data in the world, and there may be records about the Holy Lord and the 12 talismans. Definitely we need professionals to help identify this knowledge. So Dad, I want you to stay and help us identify those materials and see if there are any records about spells so that we can find them. Nick looked at his father seriously and said. When the old man heard this, he was somewhat helpless. You must know that although he is a magician, he is also the owner of an antique shop. If you stay here all the time, what about the antique shop? But considering that this is about the safety of the world, Dad finally agreed. Okay, I promise to stay, but you have to send Xiaoyu back for me first, because she has to go to school tomorrow. Dad said, no problem. Nick agreed. It wasn't a problem at all for him. No, Dad. When Xiaoyu heard this, he quit immediately. It was rare to encounter such a fun thing, and she didn't want to go back to school. Xiaoyu, your task now is to study. This is not something you can meddle in. Don't bother SHIELD later. I will send you back in person. You can live in the school for a few days. Shenlong said seriously. After hearing this, Xiaoyu was even more speechless. Forget about going to school, but still want her to live in school. But in the next second, Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something again, then nodded and said, All right then, I'll go back with you later. although Xiaoyu agreed. But immediately after, a smirk suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Obviously, Xiaoyu is going to do something again. Definitely, no one cares about such trivial matters now. Everyone is concerned about how to deal with the Holy Lord and how to find the remaining 8 charms. Immediately afterwards, Nick asked his subordinates to arrange a room specially for the old man to facilitate his living, and then moved all the information about SHILD to the old man's room. Looking at the mountains of materials in front of him, Dad knew that this must be a big project. But this is also impossible. But just when Bulake and Qinlong were about to take Xiaoyu away, they unexpectedly found that Xiaoyu had disappeared. What's the situation? Bulake looked bewildered. Where did Xiaoyu go? Qinlong was helpless at the moment, because according to his understanding of Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu was definitely unwilling to go back, so he found a place to hide. And if Xiaoyu didn't want to be found, even he couldn't find Xiaoyu. Forget it. It seems that Xiaoyu doesn't want to go back. If that's the case, let her stay here with Dad, Qinlong said helplessly. Then he said hello to Nick and asked Nick to help take care of Xiaoyu. Immediately afterwards, he followed Lake and left S.H.I.E.L.D. Dad is here to help SHIELD find information and find clues to spells, and Qinlong will also help District 13 find spells. After all, finding spells has always been a thing in District 13, and Lake doesn't want to lose to Nick. After dealing with all this, Tony, who had been silent just now, found Nick. How is he? Is he better? Tony asked. When Nick heard this, he immediately understood who Tony was talking about. But then he shook his head and said, "It's not good, it's still the same. To be honest, I really can't help it." When Tony heard this, he also looked depressed. At the moment, they were talking about none other than Steve Rogers, the captain of the United States who had been rescued from under the Arctic ice. In Marvel's original plot, after Rogers was rescued from the glacier, although he couldn't adapt to the world at first. But soon, driven by a sense of responsibility, he slowly accepted this new world and became the captain of the United States again. Even joined the Avengers and protect the whole world. And in the various battles that followed, the captain of the United States also performed outstandingly and became a superhero that everyone admires. But obviously, the plot is a bit different now. I don't know if it's because of the world integrate. The development of events in this world seems to be a bit off. In this world, after Rogers was frozen, his girlfriend Peggy Carter never gave up looking for him. Until an accident, Carter actually died on the way to find Rogers. When Rogers woke up and learned of this incident, he fell into deep self-blame and couldn't extricate himself. Rogers always thought he killed Carter. Recently, Nick has been trying to find ways to help Rogers get out of this knot. But so far, he has tried almost all methods, but nothing works. He was almost driven crazy by this incident. Take me to see. Although Tony had some headaches, he still planned to go and see for himself. Ever since, the two came to the place where Rogers lived. Because Rogers has not been able to adapt to this world so far. So he's been living in SHIELD. As soon as the door opened, the two saw Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, talking to Rogers at the moment. But it was obvious that Rogers didn't want to talk to Natasha Romanoff at all. Seeing Nick and Tony come in, Natasha Romanoff immediately stood up and made a helpless gesture to them. Clearly, she was telling Nick and Tony that there was absolutely nothing she could do to bring Rogers back to normal. Immediately afterwards, Tony walked over and greeted Rogers with a smile. "Hello, Captain. I'm Tony Stark, the son of Howard Stark. You should know my father. After all, you have worked together before." Although Tony was already very enthusiastic, Rogers didn't want to talk to him in the slightest. And the eyes are extremely empty, like a walking dead. When seeing this scene, Tony also had mixed feelings in his heart. It was really difficult for him to connect the man in front of him with the invincible captain of the United States in World War II. Has he always been like this? Have you seen a doctor? What is the reason? Could it be because the freezing time is too long, causing problems in the brain? Tony asked, looking aside to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff shook her head. Doctors come to check his body every day, but they only come to one conclusion every time. That is, there's nothing wrong with Rogers' brain and body. He just couldn't accept the reality. He always felt that he killed Carter, so that's why. When Tony heard this, his face was depressed, because as a playboy, he can't understand Roger's special feelings at all. Then did the doctor say how to cure him? It can't go on like this forever, can it? Tony continued asking. Natasha Romanoff shook her head. Obviously, there was nothing the doctors could do to help Roger's return to normal. While Tony and Natasha Romanoff were chatting, Nick stood aside and didn't speak. It's just that his eyes stared at Natasha Romanoff intentionally or unintentionally, and they were filled with a different look. As for why this happened, we have to start from a few days ago. A few days ago, Nick found a gang of criminals based on a clue, that is, Walloon's Mafia. Then let Natasha Romanoff lead a team of agents to destroy the criminal gang. In the end, he never imagined that it was supposed to be a simple mission, but in the end, only Natasha Romanoff came back alive. As for the others, they were neither alive nor dead, and they still don't know what happened to them. Natasha Romanoff's explanation for this is that they were ambushed by the enemy and almost wiped out. Only she came back alive. Originally, this didn't seem to be a serious matter. After all, missions are always risky. But the strange thing is that when Nick asked Natasha Romanoff to lead the team to rush there, he found that there was nothing at all. No corpses, no blood, not even signs of battle. Nick sensed that something was wrong at the time, and he felt that this could not be the scene. But he couldn't believe that Natasha Romanoff would deceive him, because Natasha Romanoff is the best agent in SHIELD. But to prove her innocence, Nick had Natasha Romanoff do a lie test. Turns out Natasha Romanoff wasn't lying. However, this did not reassure Nick, on the contrary. It aroused his suspicion even more. It's just that the matter hasn't been investigated clearly, so Nick can't say anything. But he knows that this matter is definitely not as simple as Natasha Romanoff said. There must be some secret behind this. At this moment, Tony suddenly looked at Nick. Nick, have you ever thought about finding a psychiatrist for him? Maybe a psychiatrist can cure him. The current situation of Rogers, I feel that there is a psychological problem. Hearing Tony's words, Nick came back to his senses instantly. But then he shook his head and said, "Do you think we haven't thought about it? We have found a lot of psychiatrists, but they are of no use. He is still like this." Tony smiled slightly and said, "That's because you didn't find the best psychiatrist. I know a psychiatrist who may be able to solve this problem." Nick was instantly interested when he heard this. "Tell me, who is it?" What happened to Rogers recently almost caused Nick to collapse. If there is a way to restore Rogers to normal, then he will definitely not let it go. I don't know him. I just know his name is Suku, and he runs a mental clinic in Gotham. And his guests are very special. Most of them are villains, such as Joker, Punisher, Deathstroke, Kingpin, and the like. Definitely, aside from these things, his ability is absolutely top-notch, because so far, everyone who has received his treatment is full of praise for his medical skills. He even became a psychiatrist in Arkham Asylum. I think this is enough to show his strength. Tony spoke up. After listening to Tony's words, Nick was speechless for a moment, because he really didn't know why the psychiatrist Tony was talking about was so annoying. How dare you open a psychological clinic in Gotham? You must know that it is an extremely chaotic place full of violence and crimes. But having said that, this seems to have proved his strength. What's more, so many villains are his patients, which shows that he is not an ordinary psychiatrist. Might it really cure Rogers? Thinking of this, Nick couldn't help but be moved. As chaotic as Gotham is, it's no problem for S.H.I.E.L.D. director to take a trip there. So, Nick decided to rush over immediately and invited Suku to treat Rogers. No way, he really needs Rogers too much. Because of the appearance of Thor before, Nick knew that there are other lives outside the Earth, and they are so powerful that people are afraid. Although Thor is not malicious to humans, who can guarantee that other aliens are the same as Thor? In order to cope with what may happen in the future, Nick began to plot a plan with Tony, a program called Avengers. They want to gather the most powerful humans in the world, and then fight against any enemies who want to destroy the world. Just like the Holy Lord who made a fuss in New York City before. And as they find the frozen Rogers, this thing seems to become more feasible. Although in the current world, Rogers' power is not so important anymore. Even some mutants can easily defeat him. But don't forget, Rogers is always a human, and mutant is not strictly human. Most humans simply cannot accept mutant being a hero. And what about Rogers? He is a hero in World War II, and he is well known as the Captain of the United States. He is an existence that all Americans admire. He is the most meaningful superhero, and this is why Nick must let Rogers return to normal. In his opinion, if Avengers is really going to be established, then Rogers is indispensable. When thinking of this, Nick suddenly couldn't stay any longer. After saying hello to Tony, he hurried to Gotham to find Suku. But what he doesn't know is that Suku is not in Gotham right now. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. At noon, Suku received a call from Jinbin. Jinbin said on the phone that everything was ready, and he was waiting for Suku to go over to confirm. Anyway, having nothing to do, Suku immediately brought Wanda to Hell's Kitchen. Although Hell's Kitchen was very chaotic, because Jean had greeted all the gangsters in advance, no one dared to shoot Suku and Wanda along the way. Soon, according to the address given by Jean Bing, Suku finally found her own psychological clinic on a street in Hell's Kitchen. Angel Psychological Counseling Clinic. The names are exactly the same as the clinics over there in Gotham. It's in the liveliest neighborhood of Hell's Kitchen, surrounded by shops. Opening a psychiatric clinic here might seem out of place with everything around it, but who cares? Anyway, Suku's clients are not ordinary people. When entering the clinic, Suku saw Jean and was already waiting for him. After carefully looking at the decoration inside, Suku nodded in satisfaction. Because to be honest, the decoration here is much better than Gotham's. Obviously, Jean Bing also put a lot of effort into it. Good job, I'm very satisfied. Suku praised with a smile. It's just a trifle, Kim said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to think of something again, and then asked, Everything is ready. When are you going to open? Just tomorrow. Suku said, but I'm afraid you need to send someone to Gotham to help me pick up some friends. It's a small matter. I will definitely help you with it. Kim didn't care. At this moment, Suku suddenly thought of something again, and then said, By the way, if it opens tomorrow, I may contact some former patients to cheer. Some of them may have some conflicts with you, but I hope you'd better not make a move tomorrow. When Jean heard this, he didn't react too much, because he knew that most of Suku's guests were super criminals. Although he didn't have much conflict with those guys, there was still some friction between the two sides occasionally. But for Suku's sake, at least tomorrow, Jean won't do anything. Ever since, Jean Bin replied, Don't worry, I know what to do. Having said that, Jean Bing's face suddenly flashed a look of unfinished business, because last night he had already tested his strength. As for how to test, I'm afraid I have to ask those corpses he threw into the sea last night. Overall, he is very satisfied with this new power, and it is all thanks to Suku. I have to say that Jean Bing is really more and more curious about Suku's true identity. After arriving home, Suku thought about it and finally picked up the phone and dialed one number after another. Ever since some villains, whether they were in Gotham or in New York, received Suku's invitation call. This includes the Punisher, Joker, Bullseye, Dr. Octopus, Deathstroke, Bane, Scarecrow, and more. Among them, the villains of Gotham accounted for more than half. After all, strictly speaking, Gotham is Suku's stronghold. There is no way, after all, it is a new store opening, so I definitely have to invite these guys to identify the door. Otherwise, if someday these guys are seriously injured and can't find me, it will be a tragedy. As for whether they will come or not, that is their business. Early the next morning, Suku brought Wanda and Quicksilver here early in the morning. After all, today is their opening day, so why not come early? And Jean Bing had already been waiting here with his younger brothers. Jean Bing originally wanted to bring his family, but considering that there would be many supervillains here today, he finally gave up on this idea. Not long after, a car stopped in front of the clinic. It was none other than Harley and Selena who came down. This is what Suku asked Jean Bing to send someone to pick it up. After all, of these two guys, one is his woman and the other is his future woman. How could such things happen without them? Boss, Suku. Seeing Suku, Selena and Harley immediately greeted each other warmly. But after saying hello, Selena suddenly noticed something was wrong. That is, Harley's name for Suku seemed a little different. You know, in the past, Harley used to call him boss. Suku just like him. Why is he calling him by his name now? Although she was curious, it was obvious that this was not the time to worry about this, and Selena immediately stopped caring. Come in. Seeing Selena and Harley, Suku immediately greeted them warmly, and then introduced them to Wanda. After all, strictly speaking, they will be considered colleagues in the future. Harley originally wanted to stand with Suku, but considering that there were too many people here, she finally quietly stepped aside. Not long after, another guest came. But the guest who came this time is a bit special, because he is almost fully armed, and he also wears a special mask on his face. With just one glance, everyone present recognized his identity. Deathstroke, a guy strong enough to scare everyone, and one of Batman's rivals. Right? It was the guy who beat Batman to the brink of death before and told Batman to find Suku for help. Welcome, Suku said with a smile. Deathstroke looked at Suku helplessly and said, You really shouldn't invite me for something like this because I'm not suitable for this kind of party. But you're still here, aren't you? Suku said with a smile. Deathbell was speechless for a moment when he heard this. He really didn't want to come, but he had no choice but to not come, because Suku personally invited him. You must know that Suku saved his life before, and the grace of saving his life made it impossible for him to refuse Suku. The reason why the dying Batman was sent to find Suku was just to further confirm Suku's strength. In the end, he was very satisfied, because even if Batman was close to death, Suku could actually save him. Befriending such a person is equivalent to saying that you have one or more lives in the future. With this in mind, the death knell came. I didn't bring any gifts. Just use this gold bar instead. The death knell said, and handed over a gold bar that was as thin as an arm. Suku smiled slightly and motioned to Quicksilver to accept the gift from Deathstroke. Immediately afterwards, Deathbell walked into the store and saw Jean Bin, but he had no grudge against Jean, so the two sides just confronted each other, and then they both chose to turn a blind eye. But then, the next man who appeared broke the atmosphere of the scene, because the next one to come is none other than the Punisher. Strictly speaking, the Punisher isn't really a villain, he's an anti-hero, and most of the time he's fighting King. So when the Punisher appeared here, Jean Bing's younger brothers instantly became a little nervous. The Punisher's eyes changed slightly, and he reached out to touch the gun at his waist. But at this moment, Suku walked over and patted the Punisher on the shoulder and said, Give me some face today and stop causing trouble, okay? When the Punisher heard this, although he was somewhat upset, he still nodded. There is nothing to give away. Let me give you a gun, the Punisher said, throwing a gun over. Quicksilver took it in a hurry and was instantly stunned. Can this thing be a gift? The Punisher walked into the clinic, and when he saw Jean Bin, his eyes instantly became sharp. But Jean Bin chose to ignore it, because he promised Suku that he would not make trouble today. If it wasn't for this, he would have killed the Punisher with his bare hands today. Immediately afterwards, other people who were invited by Suku also showed up, and none of them came empty-handed, and the gifts were gold bars, diamonds, gems, cash, etc. Although Suku is not interested in money, Selena and the others are very happy. Definitely, there was only one guy who didn't come, and that person was none other than Joker. But Suku didn't care too much, because he knew that Joker's scope of activities was only in Gotham, and he probably wouldn't leave Gotham. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a familiar and strange voice suddenly sounded. Ha ha! Are you all waiting for me? I am really honored. Immediately afterwards, a man with Joker makeup on his face appeared at the door. Who else is it? Welcome. I thought you weren't coming. Suku laughed. How is it possible? We are friends. You've already invited me. How can I not come to participate? By the way, this is my gift. As Joker said, he took out a bulging bag with 4 words clearly visible on the bag. Union Bank. The Quicksilver who was in charge of picking up the presents was numb. Your daddy. UF asterisk 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 G robbed a bank just to give a gift? Outrageous. It's outrageous. Although extremely shocked in his heart, Quicksilver still accepted the gift from Joker. Considering that this is not Gotham, if Joker is too presumptuous, he might be beaten to death, so Suku still advised. Don't cause trouble today. This is not Gotham. If you accidentally provoke someone, you will really die. Suku is right. Although in Gotham, the Joker is an existence that scares everyone. But in New York, the Joker's influence is not so great. And most of the people here are too lazy to talk nonsense with Joker. If you really want to anger them, it is very possible to kill Joker with one shot. Don't worry, my friend, at least here, I won't cause you any trouble. Joker laughed, then strode in. As a result, when the people around saw Joker, they all frowned. It was obvious that they had heard of this lunatic from Gotham and didn't want to talk to him. In any case, the guests are already here. Suku looked at the villains in the room and felt amused in his heart, because he knew that if he hadn't invited them, these guys might never get together for the rest of their lives. In fact, most people here don't want to come, but they can't help it if they don't, because they know that they will definitely need Suku's help in the future. So I can only come over to say hello. After all, no one is foolish enough to offend a doctor who can save his life at the most important moment. Thank you for coming. I offer you a toast. Suku said with a smile, then raised the wine glass in his hand. Immediately afterwards, the others also picked up the wine glasses in their hands. Just when Suku was about to drink, a voice suddenly sounded from the door. "Excuse me, is Dr. Su here?" When Suku looked up, he was a little surprised in an instant, because at the moment, what appeared in front of him was a bald head. And with just one glance, he recognized the bald man's identity. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. What's the situation? Brother Su was a little speechless. He didn't seem to invite Nick to come here, even after coming to this world for so long. Apart from slaughtering the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent before, he has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. But that being the case, why did Nick find this place? Just when Suku couldn't figure out what was going on, two more figures appeared at the door. One is Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and the other is Iron Man Tony Stark. When seeing these three people appear, everyone in the room immediately became serious. After all, everyone here is a villain, and most of them have a grudge with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark. At the same time, the three of Nick standing at the door were also stunned. Although he knew that Suku's main guests were some villains early on, he never thought that these guys would all gather here on this day. This scene is really too weird. Immediately afterwards, Gene Bin, who is finally the boss of Hell's Kitchen, spoke. "Nick Fury, today is the opening day of my friend's new store, so I don't want to do anything. You better get out of here. I can pretend that nothing happened." Gene said coldly. If it wasn't for Suku's greeting in advance to tell him not to make trouble, then he would definitely teach the three guys in front of him a hard lesson today. Although it made Nick feel uncomfortable to be threatened by a gangster in front of so many people, but thinking about the purpose of coming today, Nick didn't care. His eyes swept across the crowd, and Nick's eyes finally fell on Suku. "You must be Dr. Su, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick stepped forward, smiled, and held out his hand. "Hi, my name is Suku." Immediately afterwards, the two sides shook hands. At this moment, Suku suddenly looked at Natasha Romanoff not far away. When the four eyes met, Natasha Romanoff only felt that a switch in her heart seemed to be activated. Suku's control over Natasha Romanoff is very special. It's not the kind of person who knelt on the ground and bowed his head and called his master after meeting each other. In Suku's view, that method is really too low level. Because Natasha Romanoff was ordered to continue undercover in S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if she saw Suku, Natasha Romanoff did not respond at all. But definitely, if there are only Suku and Natasha Romanoff here at the moment, then Natasha Romanoff will definitely visit Suku as a servant. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" At this moment, Suku finally spoke. Seeing this, Nick went straight to the point. "It's like this. I have a patient who doesn't want to communicate with anyone because of some things. I have sought out many psychiatrists to help him return to normal, but so far it has been useless. So, I want to invite you to try it. I heard that you are in Gotham, so I made a special trip to Gotham yesterday, but it ended up being empty. I finally found out that you opened a branch here in New York, So I came here. Please do me this favor. You can pay the consultation fee as you like. Nick said seriously. Patient. Hearing this, Suku felt a little puzzled, because it was hard for him to believe that there were any patients in SHIELD who needed psychological treatment. Suddenly at this moment, Tony on the side seemed to have noticed something and then shouted, "Wait, I seem to know you. Were you also there when a rat charm was auctioned off?" As Tony said, he suddenly ran up to Suku. At the same time, Selena not far away suddenly became nervous, because she didn't forget that she and Suku were the ones who robbed Tony Stark. Seeing that Tony recognized him, Suku immediately admitted it generously. "That's right, we met at the time. I knew the information about the talisman from some ancient books, so I also wanted to buy a talisman and study it. I didn't expect to be photographed by you in the end. By the way, how is your research on the power of spells?" Suku asked as if he didn't know anything. When Tony heard this, he didn't have the slightest doubt. After all, in his opinion, Suku did leave first. He shook his head, then said helplessly, "Don't mention it. After I bought the talisman, I lost it as soon as I went out before I had time to study it. Then it inexplicably appeared in the hands of a demon named Holy Master. It's really unlucky." Suku pretended to be surprised. "There is such a thing again?" Selena, not far away, saw Suku's appearance and felt amused for a moment. But soon, Selena suddenly felt something was wrong. Isn't the rat charm in Suku's hand? Why would Tony say that the rat charm is in the hands of a demon named Lord? For a while, Selena became a little confused. "Tony, don't forget about our business." At this moment, Nick couldn't help but speak. Tony reacted instantly, and then looked at Suku and said, "I won't talk about the previous things anyway. We hope you can help us treat a patient." "Who is that patient?" Suku asked. Tony looked at the super criminals in the room, hesitation for a while, because he didn't think it was an appropriate occasion to say Roger's name. Suku saw Tony's entanglement, but didn't care at all. He said, "If you won't even tell me the name of the patient, then I'm afraid I really can't help you." "Don't." Hearing this, Nick on the side became a little anxious for a moment, and then he stopped hesitation. "Stephen Rogers," Nick said slowly. "Stephen Rogers? Captain of the United States." When Suku heard this, before Suku could speak, the Punisher who was sitting at the side spoke first, with a look of surprise on his face. "No way. The name of the Captain of the United States is too big, and almost everyone present knows this name. It's just that they didn't expect that Stephen, the Captain of the United States, would need to see a psychiatrist. It's kind of unbelievable to think about it. Ding! A new task is released now. Please go to SHIELD to sign in and reward a lucky draw with 100,000 system points." Suddenly at this moment, the system sound rang. Suku suddenly felt amused, because the task of the system is released too timely. How could he not agree to such a simple and easy thing? Thinking this way, Suku then looked at Nick, who was looking forward to him, and said, "Under normal circumstances, I would not receive this kind of customer, but today the new store opens, and you're my first customer, so I took this order. But I won't have time until tomorrow." Seeing that Suku finally agreed, Nick was relieved. "It's okay. Tomorrow is tomorrow. I will send someone to pick you up on time tomorrow." Nick laughed. Immediately afterwards, realizing that he was really not suitable to stay in this kind of place, Nick immediately took Tony and Natasha Romanoff to leave. And after Nick and the others left, the atmosphere here finally eased up a bit. After a while, after a few glasses of wine, all the guests also greeted Suku, and then left one by one. After all, they really don't fit together. Even Selena and Harley are back in Gotham. Definitely, before leaving, Suku did not forget to give them half of everything received today. This made Selena and Harley happy for a long time. Sure enough, my boss is very generous. Soon, only Suku, the Wanda siblings, and Jinbin were left. Jinbin walked up to Suku with a glass of wine and asked, "Are you really going to SHIELD to help treat the United States captain?" "What? Don't you want me to go?" Suku asked with a smile. He knows Kim and SHIELD are a little bit off. Kim shook his head. "Definitely not. I don't like SHIELD very much, but I will not interfere with any of your decisions. I just want to remind you, Although SHIELD looks safe, its interior has already been hollowed out by moths. You'd better not have any contact with them. When Suku heard this, he instantly regained some energy, because Jean Bing's words obviously seemed to mean something. What do you want to say in the end? Suku asked. Seeing this, Jean Bing simply didn't give a shit. According to the information I got, Hydra seems to have been lurking in every corner of SHIELD, and they have been controlling everything in SHIELD. Those guys are a bunch of lunatics, so I don't want you to be targeted by those guys. As a time traveler, Suku naturally knew that SHIELD had already been invaded by HYDRA, and even Pierce, the boss of SHIELD, was also an undercover agent of HYDRA. But he was really curious. How did Jean Bing know? As if seeing Suku's doubts, Jean Bing smiled again. I'm a businessman. As long as I give money, I will do anyone's business. Suku suddenly realized, after a long time, it turned out that Jean Bing has been cooperating with HYDRA. It's kind of interesting, but Suku doesn't care either. Don't worry, I know what to do. Suku laughed. Seeing this, Jean Bing didn't say anything more. The purpose of today is just to let the villains know that they have a new store here, and they don't plan to officially open it. So after sending Jean Bing away, Suku immediately took Wanda and Quicksilver home. As soon as she got home, Wanda couldn't help but asked, Are you really going to SHIELD tomorrow to help the Captain of the United States do psychological treatment? That's right. Suku nodded. I've promised Nick before, so I'm definitely going tomorrow. Then shall I go too? Wanda asked again. Suku smiled and said, What? Don't you want to go? No. Wanda shook her head, suddenly at a loss for what to say. Although she had promised Suku to become Suku's assistant before, she already knew that she would accompany Suku to treat patients. But to be honest, she never thought that the first guest would be Rogers, Captain of the United States. This is too exaggerated for her. She worried that she would screw it up. In contrast, Quicksilver on the side is eager to try, because he wants to meet the United States Captain. But in the next second, Suku interrupted his fantasy. I can go with Wanda tomorrow. You stay at home. Suku said, What? When Quicksilver heard this, he quit immediately. However, Suku just glanced at him indifferently, and then said, You don't want to be caught by Hydra again, do you? What? Quicksilver was stunned, because he didn't understand how SHIELD got involved with 9 fighters. Isn't SHIELD Hydra's nemesis? Wanda on the side suddenly became curious. What exactly is going on? Wanda asked. Seeing this, Suku immediately stopped hiding. To put it simply, SHIELD was invaded by Hydra a long time ago. So if I take you to SHIELD, Hydra will definitely find it. Wanda and Quicksilver fell silent after hearing this. Wanda and Quicksilver wouldn't believe it if it came out of someone else's mouth. But this is what Suku said, so they have to believe it, because they know that Suku will...
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.